Captain's log, stardate 55519.8. We are currently en route back to the planet where our temporal anomaly, our divergence point, began. Supposedly, the universe has changed drastically according to these new guests we have aboard. And I have gotten authorization from my new commanding admiral, as noted in file, to continue to manipulate the timeline in such a way as to hopefully bring this war to a more rapid end than we currently are facing. My biggest challenge, however, is that I am faced with this particular mission, the fate of the Federation, on the heads of people I don't know, with faces of people I used to trust with my very life. This is a very fine line I have to walk. But if this means the end of the war sooner and the saving of many lives, then that's a risk we'll have to take. End log.
We're getting ready to start the morning shift, so where is everybody currently at?
Captain be on the bridge. Or be heading to the bridge, rather.
Yeah, I'll get what duties I need to out of the way, and try to find time to make my way to meet Commander Solon.
Likely out the bridge, assuming that I'm allowed to be.
We're just at before Alpha Shift begins. So, and whether or not, I know some of you do not have. If I recall, it was 24 hours, and I don't think 24 hours is just up just yet.
Seeing if we can get a meeting with the captain then.
The doctor's going to be in engineering.
Salon would still be in whatever lab we were on, going through the historical database, trying to pinpoint the point of the diversion, to verify it and see if there's any way to track down exactly which one of the five members of the venture caused this issue, if it wasn't all of them working together.
All right. As you're essentially worked through the night, comes in Lieutenant Lauren.
Any progress, Commander?
I don't know, Jim, have I made any progress?
The diversion point seems to be when Bajor entered the Federation much earlier. So,
As far as I can tell, Lieutenant, the entry of Bajor into the Federation is the divergent point in our histories. I have been unable to verify which member of the Venture or Tenshi crew caused the diversion, at least not from these historical records.
I was thinking about that. I think I may know the answer.
Indeed.
In fact, that's why I came to talk to you. I was hoping you could help me.
I will provide whatever assistance I can, Lieutenant. How may I be of assistance?
I'm just gonna pull out the device that one of the two devices that me and the captain made. What do you make of this?
I will look it over. What exactly is it that Salon is looking at?
A Starfleet pad with essentially a additional device attached to it that can read the old time record disc from an era long since gone.
This appears to be a device from our time designed to interface with older technology. Are you proposing that a member of the Tenshi crew attempted to violate the Temporal Prime Directive?
I don't know if it was a member of the Tenshi crew, but I'm starting to think it was a Bajoran. I just had a conversation with the captain in which I agreed to help send back more technical data that could help Bajor and the Federation in the past. And I realized that I was trying to fight time, and I think that's a losing battle.
You may be correct, Lieutenant. If you are right that it is a Bajoran that attempted to change Bajor's fate, they have both succeeded and failed, while Bajor entered the Federation much earlier than I remember. The loss of life among Bajorans is much greater. Possibly twice as many Bajorans have died in this timeline
I can
than mine.
tell you why I think it's a Bajoran. I think it's a Bajoran because after talking with the captain for a solid hour, I was convinced that continuing to fight time was the right idea and that eventually we could win, that we could get a time that worked for us. I don't think that's possible anymore. But if I had lost, if I felt as much guilt about Bajor as Bajorans do, as I imagine Bajorans do in your time, I probably would have still done it. I probably would send this data back in time like the captain suggested.
I can imagine the temptation to do such a thing would be strong, even among Starfleet officers. It is a difficult thing when one is faced with an opportunity to save millions. It is equally difficult to know that when someone has failed as drastically as whoever this person was.
Well, I don't know who they are, but what I want you to help me with is you can restore your timeline if you feel that's necessary. But I want you to try to see it the way the Bajoran who did this sees it.
I will attempt to do so.
And I
Understand that if we are successful, I will be bound by Starfleet law to report to the Department of Temporal Investigations.
what I'm afraid of. Me, because I'm Bajoran, the captain, because he lost his spouse, and you're Bajoran. We're willing to fight time itself to get back what they lost. However impressive your abilities may be, I think they would pale in comparison to time. I think trying to solve this problem that way is only going to cause this to happen again. Someone has to end this conflict.
The Bajoran I know aboard the Tenshi is the person I know as Lieutenant Moore is a unique individual of multiple cultures.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I would ask you, don't set your sights on one Bajoran. We have several Bajorans on board our Tenshi. I'm sure you do too. It could be any one of them. I don't want you to focus narrowly on one Bajoran because you might miss the one who did this. I just know that they're a Bajoran.
No, what you say is logical. It would be an error to focus on one without evidence.
It could be disastrous to focus on one.
I would tell you this, that most of the Bajorans of my time are proud of their culture, even if pride is illogical. They have worked hard to become a member of Federation. The struggles they have come through have made them a unique and admirable people. I hope them to help return them to that status.
I implore you just not to bring further conflict wrong. If I thought you were gonna fight me on trying to save Bajor, I would. There's no end to the things that I would do to stop you or to take vengeance on you for getting in my way. I'm afraid if you take a strong approach, you may create an enemy that will do that.
It would, of course, be to my benefit to avoid that. I will, as I normally do, when I return to my own time, consult with Captain Othat.
Unexpected crossover.
I'm only telling you this because I do not have the will to keep changing the timeline. I don't want to change the timeline this time and it not work, and then suddenly there's another me trying to do it again and again and again. So, if you want this to work, I would keep what I've told you to yourself. Because if you create problems for me here, I will deny it. And I will make life hard for you.
Interesting. You are not that different from the Lieutenant Lauren I know.
Yeah, I can say you're not different from the Solani now.
Your honesty is appreciated, Lieutenant. And I will
What I
what
you
you
though
said.
is the captain is probably not the captain you know. His life has been immeasurably affected by this war. If this war doesn't exist or has been shorter in your timeline, as you said, he may not have been affected in the same way. And so I don't think you will get the same understanding from him that you're used to.
I would confess, Lieutenant, that the captain of Thatton here is very much a surprise to me. While you are very similar to Lieutenant Lauren I know, my captain of Thatton is an explorer, someone who is pushing Starfleet back to its roots of exploration. I even turned down an opportunity to take the captaincy in order to work with them aboard the Tenshi for that very reason. It is disturbing the changes in him in this timeline.
Well, then you know what the stakes are.
I do, and I appreciate that you understand them as well, Lieutenant. Question: as we return to the planet where the accident occurred, are you not worried that the Venture's use of their transporter may be one of the required elements for us to repeat to recreate the accident?
That's the ingenious thing about this, and the thing that I'm most afraid of. The Venture is always using their transporter. At every discrete point in time, they're using it, and we can get to them that way. We don't need them in whatever year it is that they transported to transport again. We just need to know when they did it and the frequency to use. That's what I'm afraid of. If you make enemies with this Bajoran, they know everything they would ever need to know across time to come back to the Venture at any time. You could, if you came down on hard on them, it could be 20 years later they could charter a ship to come out here and do this again, as long as they had the right transporter technology and they still remembered the frequency. This is a permanent fixture if you know the coordinates and you know the frequency.
That is quite disturbing.
So anyone on board the Tenshi who knows about this, I would make sure that you don't make enemies of them. And your Bajoran would have to know this information. So that might narrow your list by half or more.
You've given me much to consider. Perhaps it would also be useful to determine if there is a way to close this door permanently once we're done.
That's your Tenshi's problem, not ours. We won't be around to fix it if you figure if you solve the divergence.
That is so. Thank you, Lieutenant.
And I guess just to for one last thing, I could be wrong. I only think it's a Bajoran because of how much I would sacrifice for Bajor. That if Bajor is the point, that it's probably a Bajoran that did this, but it could be someone else who's has to benefit from Bajor. I doubt it's a Cardassian if you have any Cardassians on your crew.
Only one half Kardashian. But Bajoran is the most logical choice. But you're correct, not the only choice. There are 5 members of my away team, 5 members of the Venture away team, and any number of crew members that have interacted with both.
I would check out any Ferengi crew members you have. They're always up to something. But you didn't hear that from me.
When we started this, when I first returned here, I was concerned it was one of my actions that had caused the divergence. As the captain of the Venture, figured out who I was, or at least where I was during that era.
No, I don't believe I would ever catch a Vulcan doing something so illogical as is playing with time.
There are far too many variables. It would be far too dangerous a proposition. What we are attempting now is dangerous enough.
I have to get back to my shift. Don't forget how much the captain's lost and what he would do to you and to me if we got in the way of him sending these weapons plans back. And I'll leave.
All right, we're gonna cut to the bridge where Lieutenant Sarissa chimes the ready room of the captain's door.
I'm gonna have a member of security in the ready room since I'm meeting with one of the other worlders.
That's convenient. I can fill both roles at the same time. What?
He'll kind of just look up and then check his computer for who's coming in the appointment. And he's like, "Oh, okay, come in."
Thank you for seeing me, sir. And a mildly confused look at the security officer.
Sir, how can I help you? Have you made your decision?
Well, that was what I was hoping to talk with you about. I wasn't expecting company while doing it.
Considering that you are not, as much as I wish to trust you as a fellow Cation, I have learned in my experience in this war to be wary of anyone who's not a member of Starfleet or my crew.
I may be from a different timeline, but I am still Starfleet, and I still serve under Captain of Atom. That would be you. As far as I'm concerned, that hasn't changed.
Kind of sits back, looks over at his security officer. Looks back. Specialist, perform a blood screen of my guests, please.
She nods and opens a case and Lieutenant, if you don't mind, hold out your arm, please.
Hold out her arm.
And a little brief stain and a little sample of blood injects into the vial and then undoes the vial and then shakes it really well, and she is Cation.
You may stand outside, Specialist.
Thank you, sir.
So what did you wish to discuss? Are you joining my crew?
She'll step forward slightly towards the chairs. If everything is to stay as it is, then it would only be right for me to continue serving in whatever capacity I can here. I am, after all, regardless of where I'm from, an experienced officer. But the experiences I know are very, very different. Especially when it comes to you, Captain. As far as I'm aware, we've never fought one another over anything. Not physical altercations or particularly aggressive words. Yet, as far as you're concerned, you have struck me, to your own admission, which was surprising to hear. The time I'm from, or the line I'm from, your wife still lives. Earth was never attacked. Well, it was attacked, but not taken. It was a raid. The war ended shortly afterwards. You continued to serve. You became an example of what Starfleet could return to. You continue to seek out new stars. You're not a soldier.
I still consider myself an explorer. When I attended the academy, we weren't at war. We were in a period of peace, broken only by the invasion of the Borg, which, with the warnings of the war with the Cardassians and their liberation, we were able to fight back. I actually thought during most of my career I wouldn't see war in my lifetime, not to the degree of the 40-year war, or 20-year war, sorry. But then we met the Dominion, and that changed everything. People can't trust one another anymore. We've had Maquis traitors. We've had our oldest allies forced into a puppet state to fight their own people. I'll admit, when I struck you, I wasn't being very becoming of an officer, even in this timeline.
That is
You
only
didn't.
in this
You,
timeline.
my Sarissa didn't kill my partner, but I was angry, as only weak Haitians can be. But that's a grudge we've gotten past, or at least I've gotten past.
A grudge, yes, but perhaps not a pain. You are different. You seem more cold.
It's a necessity in this war.
It doesn't need to be. the war could be over. The war is over. As far as all my history tells me, it is over. My family is missing in my timeline, as they have just started to be in this one. I got the report just a few hours ago that my sister is missing in battle, which she never saw.
I was actually hoping to, before the Sarissa I knew disappeared, I was hoping to redirect after our refugee survey to seek out the loss of the ship. I'd have to pull a few strings, but
If your Dominion War has been going on this long, I doubt that they changed any of their particular strategies when it came to prisoners. You and I both know fairly well how this goes.
intense interrogation, attempted replacement.
If they
And
didn't just destroy the life pods.
he nods. Depends if a Vorta made the call or the Jemitar did. Or a Cardassian. Cardassians are good at taking prisoners. They've been instrumental in minimizing what casualties they can. Aside from the Unionists, of course. They are just happy as can be to bring back the good old militant days.
That is strange. I don't know if I can change your mind or put the thought into your mind of trying to return things to the way they were, as I see them, as the people who came through that transporter see them. Some things are not the best. I don't think there is a line in time in which things are perfect. That would be amazing, but dangerous to try and reach. But so many more people are alive. The war is over. The Cardassians are their own people. We're even making progress with the Romulans of all people.
Hmm.
And you petitioned the Admiralty to start a new exploration, to turn Starfleet back from being a military, back to being explorers. That was you. You're the one driving for that.
I imagine that, Sarissa, that you swore a similar oath to the Federation and Starfleet in your timeline. That an officer is to defend the Federation and all its members and its allies to the best of his ability. What you propose is to return things to a timeline I never lived. And I have a duty, despite my own personal wish that I could shift time and bring back my partner to this world, that I could bring back the lives of the various officers who have sacrificed themselves in this war. I have to stand in defense of this Federation, of this Starfleet, despite my own personal inclinations. If I start acting independent or on my personal whims, from the billions of people who trust me to defend them, then I'm breaking my oath. And I can't do that.
And yet, from where I'm standing, you would be upholding it. I come from somewhere that presently does not exist because of something that happened. We've narrowed down exactly where it happened to some extent, but it happened. My oath would have me try and bring back to fix what has happened. As far as I'm sorry if you hear the background stuff just then.
Nope. No.
As far as my oath is concerned, I would need to make that attempt. And as far as your oath would be in that same sense, it would also be bring that back. That is the Federation. The Federation still exists. Those lives still exist. It is perhaps one of the complexities of all of this time stuff.
Hmm.
You know me, I'm sure to some extent it is not exactly my field of expertise to explain or understand. But I know what is right.
I will not begrudge you your loyalty to your Starfleet. If anything, I would, and your Federation. If anything, I would expect you to be. I was hoping, perhaps. Fanciful thinking, I suppose. I thank you for your honesty, Sarissa.
And yours, Captain. I was hoping that perhaps I could influence your mind.
Would you say the rest of your fellow officers feel the same way? I haven't heard from them yet. You're the first one to actually approach me since we spoke last.
We both know the commander, and I don't imagine much would have changed him. But the others, I'm not so sure. I cannot speak to know their minds as I know my own. Perhaps not the answer you are wishing to hear.
No. It is not, unfortunately.
I'm good at investigating, but truly understanding people in this kind of situation is not what I was trained for or have experience with. There are temptations. My mother, for certain, is still alive. She's the one who told me the news about my sister. That is more than I know from where I'm from. Both her and my sister are missing. That is tempting, but it is not acceptable.
In that event, in no good conscience could I possibly send you on a mission to, or your away team, to act in the interest of the Federation I serve.
Although,
I don't think it's technically mutiny because you're not technically from the ship, so that's not a thing I'm going to note because that's not technically accurate. You are being loyal to your ship and what you're supposed to do. The question will then become where we're going to sort you afterward. Whether you'll continue with our Starfleet or you'll continue on your own efforts here. But what you've told me has now warned me that I'll have to find a different route for what we're trying to do here.
any efforts here that are to correct things, I will help in the best way I can if I am permitted to. If it is just to the defense of the ship, then I will act as is appropriate. That you don't need to worry about.
Then, for the sake of the better spirit of the Federation Charter and our similar service, I will keep you at a guest status as well as your fellow away team members. We'll figure out what we're going to do in the long term later. Good day, Sarissa.
Captain.
Unless you wish to remain lieutenant, but let's not rush things, I suppose. The day is still long.
Unfortunately so.
He nods. Sits back in his chair, kind of starts reading over his computer. Starts typing up new things on his computer. Because he has to change his plans now.
Go to leave. You're welcome.
Well, shoot.
Two Cations with the exact same diplomacy traits talk to each other.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing, too. It's the giving her a bit of extra leeway because she's Cation. It's like, yeah, I'll take a gamble that this Cation is... We're going to be diplomatic with each other about this.
Resulting,
okay, well.
resulting to extreme measures between one another is not necessarily the way that goes.
Yeah.
We are not, what are they called?
Klingons? Sorry.
No.
Oh.
Verasans.
Yeah. Once the GM comes back, I might call Lauren up, unless someone else is trying to meet up with the captain. Because now he has to change his plans, because it's like, yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. The good thing about our plan is it doesn't require them. Because remember, the way we were gonna do it, we're gonna beam them, and in their place, we'll beam back up the Ventures crew. And that's when you would give the Ventures crew the new data.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yep.
Not matter what you call the off-worlders or whatever to do. They're completely ancillary to the plan. Unless you're afraid. The only reason that wouldn't be true is if you're afraid that them talking to the Ventures captain would make the Ventures captain not work with the person we send the data back with. So I guess it does matter, but not in the way you were thinking, I think.
Yeah, like the technical part of it is actually will still fire. It's the trusting in the ingenuity of Starfleet officers in another timeline. It's like, if they're anything like my crew, they might try to, if their mission is to keep their timeline, they're gonna find some way to do it from their end. But I also have orders to try to make this, or approval to try to quote unquote improve the timeline. So
What? You don't trust me? Oh.
Well, you should have told me. You're like, yeah, we're probably going to defend our timeline like that. He's like,
Oh,
I don't
she
hold
said
that against you.
personally speaking.
Yeah.
That is what my duty is, as yours is.
Yeah. That's why he's like, oh, well, between the two of us and Commander Solon probably won't. Might flip. He hasn't heard back if he flipped Vogel or the other. Although, and the other junior officers will probably follow the lead of the other senior officers.
I mean,
Cough, cough.
we-
The support.
yeah, we cracked Bissell, so you probably count on Bissell. Remember the interrogation?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we could probably count on Bissell.
Oh.
I am sorry about this. So, okay. Two of you are done?
Actually, we'd like another 3 hours, please, to talk out our problems.
Sure.
No, we finished up while you were away. Like just a little bit after you went away for a second, we finished. So
Okay.
unfortunate timing.
I really apologize about that.
$50 fine. It's okay.
Vogel, is there anything you would like to do?
If you're talking, we can hear you, but we can see you lit up.
Oh, we can hear. Oh, vocal? Yeah, no, we can't hear vocal.
Nothing.
It's not working.
All right, we'll cut over to main engineering, where the doctor was heading to.
All right. The doctor is at a bench that has a bunch of wires and EPS conduit type things, and it's hooked to this very small but intricate device. It's in a small like force field and stuff like that, so it's protecting the rest of the area. And he's working diligently at this. Um, Kind of mumbling to himself and basically says something along the lines of the Dominion can't get past this.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so it looks sort of like a some sort of medical device, but it seems to have some sort of additional things that are attached to the EPS conduit network there. So it's drawing power. Who else is in engineering?
One of the engineers walks up to you. Chief Specialist Lee comes up. Doctor, can I help you with something?
Oh, well, just make sure that the power is regulated properly to this device. We don't want any surges or anything that would ruin days and weeks of work. So,
Doc,
yeah.
are you even ready to work on this? Because last time I checked,
Well, I mean, That's why you're here. You're helping me, making sure that all little things don't blow up in our faces. But for now, we'll just keep it steady and nominal, and I'll get my experiment finished here in a few minutes. But needless to say, just make sure that the power doesn't get too out of whack, if
What
you don't mind.
what sort of experiment, Doctor?
Well, I mean, I don't have any personally, but the liquid um, that the um, what are they called? Changelings, I guess they call themselves. They have this form, and I'm trying to determine whether I can use one of these devices as a another way to detect them on by attaching it to a body, or a live body usually. But we haven't finished our experiments yet.
Doctor, did you clear this with the captain? Because this is highly irregular. I'm gonna have to ask you to step aside,
Oh,
just
sure.
for a moment while I double check everything here.
I assure you, it's not untoward.
Taps his comm badge. Um, special chief specialist, senior chief specialist, to Lieutenant Lauren.
Go ahead, Chief.
Are you aware of any medical experimentation using the EPS conduits by Dr. Mountain?
She'll say under her breath, "Not again."
I
Don't
assure you, it's yeah.
don't touch it. Don't touch it. I've already lost a couple of specialists touching things they shouldn't. Uh, ask the doctor if he could come back later once we've determined the likelihood of this device exploding. I'm on my way.
Understood, ma'am. Uh, Doctor, I'm gonna have to ask you to stop what you're doing and let us make sure it doesn't explode.
Oh, sure. Do whatever test you need to do. It shouldn't have an effect this time. I mean,
Just,
I'm sure I got those calculations right this time.
just set it down, Doctor.
Oh yeah, here. Beep beep beep. I put it in standby mode.
And around this time is when you arrive, Lieutenant Lauren.
I will walk up to the device and look at it and see what it is.
It's just it's a small patch. Has basically it would be like a sort of a medical detector of some sort, and so it basically is attached in a way to use some of the electrical power from the system, but because the nature of the device, it would take a little bit longer. It takes a little more energy and more power, which is why they're doing it in engineering.
What does it do, Doctor?
It's essentially supposed to be a detector um, to um, it's the beings that are the changelings have this certain biometric signal that is not present in solids, I guess. So it's just an experiment to determine whether there are known methods to create a better detector. So it's one of the ongoing experiments that the doctor's been doing.
Have you
Direct-
tested it yet?
Oh well, that's why we're here. I want to make sure that I get your approval. I don't want to, short circuit anything like I did last time.
All right. Chief, you can go back to work. After the chief leaves, I'll say, Doctor, have you thought of any additional features? What if you know someone is a changeling, but somehow they fooled the sensor?
Yeah, we're gonna have to really have a live subject to do this on, which is not necessarily, smiled upon by Federation, but I don't want to go too far off the books for this. But I'm sure it can be modified to emit any sort of a pulse of some sort or electrical discharge, depending on the nature of the recipient. But I definitely would want to have safeguards in a couple different ways.
Maybe you should have a way of making it make a false negative appear as a positive.
Why would you want that?
You know, in case you know someone is a changeling, but the sensor's not working, going off, you could get into some confusion with security.
I understand what you're saying. That's interesting. You would ask that. Yeah. I'm sure people with high technological skill could manipulate the data any way they see fit. Is not necessarily my intention, but I can see how that could be useful in other circumstances.
Well, here, let me see if I can give you that feature.
Okay.
I'm going to try to modify his device so that the user could covertly make it look like someone is a changeling, even if they're not.
Let's go with daring plus engineering, and I'm going a difficulty of 2, but I am spending threats of the complication. 2, 3.
Because of what all the doctor said, does EPS work here?
No, you're modifying the sensor output on the actual device itself.
Computers?
No. Well, okay, I'll allow computers.
Because I'm.
Yeah, I'll allow
Yeah,
computers.
because I'm. Okay. Take a threat. Oh, we don't have any momentum. I can generate some momentum. Take 3 threat.
Gain a momentum, and you modify the dice or the device to allow it to detect someone as a changeling when they're really not.
Doctor, when
Can I
we.
notice this, or is it just?
I did it in front of you. I told you what I was going to do.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Doctor, do you mind if I borrow this device later?
Well, let me finish my experiments, but you can use it this afternoon.
All right, we're gonna be beaming on some people as part of our mission, and I'm afraid they could be changelings in a highly tense situation. I want to be able to read if they're changelings or not.
Understood.
But I wouldn't want to put you in danger, so if I could use the device and let you know what I find.
I hear you.
All right, I will pick
Is
up
there
the
a
device.
reason? Is there a reason why you want to pretend somebody is a?
Oh,
changeling?
no, that's not for today. That was just a suggested secondary feature. you could use that later.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I'm not in particular need of that feature. Just the actual device for its detecting abilities.
Right. That was the intention.
Yeah. All right, I will stop by and pick it up later, Doctor.
All right. I will put it in the logs.
I'll go back to my duties.
Thanks for your help.
No, thanks for your help, Doctor.
Vogel, is there anything you would like to do before?
Right, is my mic still working?
Yes, it is.
'Cause I apparently seem to be having the same problem I had a couple Saturdays ago, and I have no idea what it is. I don't think I really have anything. I think what's going on is more interesting than anything I would do, so I think I'm good.
I didn't know if you wanted to role play with Annika or not, but
You could just assume we're doing something,
okay.
but I don't think we need to role play that.
Meanwhile, we're gonna go back to the bridge. And just as you step onto the bridge, Captain, Zolaris is like, "Oh, Captain, we have arrived at the planet. I was just about to inform you."
Very good. Standard sensor sweep of the area. Once cleared, put us into high orbit of the target planet.
Understood. All clear on scopes, Captain. We're the only ship in the system.
Very good. Bridge to Lieutenant Lauren.
Go ahead, Captain.
We're in position of the planet, so if we could begin preparations for our transport, let's try to align ourselves and try to replicate what happened.
All right. I suggest you advise the those displaced in time to gather in the transporter room, so we're ready when I get the settings correct.
Will do, Lieutenant.
And Captain, do you wish to be there to help in the way we had planned, or do you wish for me to do that?
I'll be in attendance.
Very good. Lauren out. I will head to the transporter. Well, actually, before I do that, Lieutenant Lauren to the doctor.
Go ahead.
Doctor, I'm going to go ahead and stop by and pick up that detector if you don't mind.
Sure.
Very good. So I'll go pick that up from the doctor, and then I'm headed to the transporter room to start doing settings and stuff.
Ensign Desar, please inform our guests to gather in the transporter room. Specialist Sai, you're with me. And Lenara, you have the bridge.
She nods. The first to arrive is Lieutenant Lauren, and then followed by the captain and Sai, while there is a typical security guard on duty in the transport.
As the captain walks in and I see Lieutenant Sai and the security guard, I'll say, Captain, and I'll kind of just tap the pad one of the pads that we made against my leg, and I'll say, at some point it might be best if it was necessary personnel only, for the transport at least.
I don't believe they'll be necessary, Lieutenant. They will be. They're here for our safety as much as anything else.
That's not our safety I'm worried about, Captain. And I'll tap the pad again.
He waves his pad. He holds up his pad and wiggles it at her.
I said, yes, exactly, Captain. Under these circumstances, it could be dangerous if unnecessary personnel are here.
Crewman, you can go. He just calls out to the other security guy.
Sir, it's standard Starfleet protocol for me for a designated security officer to be in the transport room at all times.
That's why the specialist is here, crewman. If you wish to recite Starfleet protocol at me, I'm willing to listen and educate you on the finer points of obeying the captain of the ship.
No education is needed, sir.
Smart crewman.
Knowing that Sinai is generally around the captain, after that crewman leaves, I'll say, Captain, we're talking about something that could get some people in trouble if incorrect things are reported back to command. Do you trust everyone in the room with your and our future in Starfleet?
We're on orders, Lieutenant. The only reason I asked the crewman to leave is that sometimes more junior crew don't understand the needs of the Federation over their personal quibbles. The specialist here and yourself, I trust to do it. If I didn't trust either of you, I'd be doing it on my lonesome. But we got to start somewhere in this life.
Well, just in case the Dominion have also figured out this, I got this detector from the doctor, so we can scan them doubly with our normal systems and with this to just confirm no changelings. It'll beep if there's a changeling.
And it's possible that we might get a different batch of crew than from last time, and changelings had infiltrated the Federation before encounter with the Dominion. So be good to know about that ahead of time. Even if it's the same batch, they could have replaced them in the interim, time travel being what it is. He shakes his head like, oh, I hate time travel.
Yeah, it'll just show up here on this little screen if someone is a changeling. All right, and I'll
to
start.
that degree then, taps his comm badge. Doctor, to the transporter room, please. Just yourself, not the whole team, please. Special security requirements.
Yes, sir, I'll be right there. To the turbo lift.
We're adding a lot of people in here that can say things.
Well, if we're going to use a medical device like that, I wanted an expert using it. Since he made it, I'll hold him to account.
He made it. I made half of it.
One day you can get her transferred into Khan because you helped make the engines, Lieutenant. Until such time, I'll trust you to be in engineering.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and set up the transporter to do the beam with the different frequency and all that. Is there like a setup roll to that, or we just wait until we actually do the beam?
Wait until the beam.
Okay. Yeah, settings are ready, Captain, if you want to bring them in.
Did you see them outside, Doctor, or?
Am I in there yet?
Oh, I don't think I requested them if you have not requested them yet, Captain.
I told he asked Asar to call them to call for them to show up,
Okay.
so he's kind of expecting his ensign to have done his job. If he hasn't, he might have to call them himself. If like if they're not waiting outside the door, then I'm gonna have some choice words for that Bajoran.
I'm assuming all of you guys reported to the transporter room.
Reporting.
Talking about the away team.
The away team.
The intruders who are.
Yes.
They're not intruders yet. I know this because we didn't shoot them.
The day is still young.
You know what? I want to spend 2 threat. With everyone arrived, so does another person in the medical department.
The captain gives the doctor his doctor a look, kind of blaming him for her presence.
I look at her curiously as well.
I really must protest, Captain. It's starting to become a crowd.
Doctor.
What are you doing here?
If you don't mind, this could be the last time I see my husband. Assuming everything goes logically, then
Ah, yes.
Well, you may say your farewells here at the door, Doctor. Necessary personnel only. This is a very sensitive operation we're doing.
sensitive operation. I'm puzzled by your statement there, Captain. With all due respect, you're merely transporting 5 individuals down to the planet below.
I don't see a need to explain myself to you, Doctor.
Of course not. Call it intellectual curiosity.
I'm gonna. Can I scan her with the detector?
She will look at Solon and give a slight Vulcan bow and then walk out.
That looks at the doctor disapprovingly, but says nothing. Just kind of like,
Well,
It
I just shrugged.
it would not have been inappropriate to allow the doctor a chance to see her husband before he leaves.
She said her goodbyes. I wasn't aware that Vulcans needed extensive intimacy between each other, but if you wish to chase after her to say your goodbyes, then feel free.
Well, at least a moment to have a word with her.
Go on, Commander.
Thank you.
All
So
I
I'm going
can
to step up to see if he can call for that doctor.
As she turns around, she's a little distance away. and approaches you.
It is unfortunate that I did not have a chance to get to know you in this time. May I share your mind one time before I leave?
Of course, she nods.
Salon's going to initiate the mind meld and let her see his time and every conversation he has had with Lieutenant Lauren.
She is fluent with mind meld as well, so yeah. She the mind meld finishes and she goes, intriguing. Perhaps I will wait outside the door.
That seems wise. It's good to have known you.
And during the mind meld, though, she did share her memories of the first time that she met you.
A very confused Vulcan. Hold up the Vulcan salute. Live long and prosper, my wife.
You as well, and may we meet again.
Salon nods and goes back into the transporter room. Thank you for your indulgence, Captain.
Not at all, Commander. Well, the appointed time has come, everyone. Onto the pad, and hopefully this goes as planned.
If you
If
step
not,
on
this will be a very short trip.
yeah, if you stand on the pad, you should be gone, but only moments.
As a note, I will permit you all to have your tricorders and comm badges. However, I will be keeping your phasers.
Given the circumstances, I believe that's understandable.
Officers? He looks pointedly at Sarissa, and then looks at everyone else. Good luck. Energize, Lieutenant.
Energizing. Oh, go ahead.
To beam down, we're not gonna make a roll for it, so
What, you don't want to make it difficulty 5, comp 5, and if we screw up, everyone dies? And
Not
the ship blows
really.
up? Oh,
Yeah,
come on.
I
Party
think the
wipe.
G-
Let's go
yeah,
for it.
The GM starts to fatigue after part 3.
yeah, I do.
Well, then it's clean slate. Everything's fine.
I mean, I just need a few more threat for that to happen, but
I'm gonna start typing furiously at the console and saying, I'm losing connection. It's not wanting to function.
Can you get them back?
You can't. I need time. I'm working on it.
That into bridge. Bridge?
bridge here.
Scan the surface. Verify away team is at beam location.
Away team is at beam location, center of the hinge, Captain.
Any nearby time to next storm?
Currently not reading any storms. Looks like we'll have to induce one at the location.
Oh, never mind. I've fixed it, Captain. We're ready.
So with this plan, should we induce the storm to make sure we pull this off, or are we supposed to wait for do you want to wait for a natural one?
No, we want to beam now.
Energize, Lieutenant. Let's hope this works.
Control plus engineering, assisted by the ship's sensors plus engineering. Difficulty of air transport. Diff 2.
Take a threat.
You're supposed to give me more threat.
Oh, I forgot. The ship would help with this. I'm smart. Well, in theory, it would help.
2 momentum gained.
That kind of looks at Lauren and raises an eyebrow.
I'm trying. I'm looking at it. I guess maybe we have to wait for a natural storm. I thought we didn't have to. We already did this, man. We already faked a storm in the past to do this. Out of character. That's how we
Yes.
solved the problem originally.
Yes.
So why wouldn't this work?
Because no storm's happening currently.
No, we didn't need a storm when we did
When
this.
we beamed them back the second time. Yeah.
Yeah, when we solved the problem of the original episode and then we found out we were going to do a part 2, we didn't need to create a lightning storm to do that. I mean, we created one on our own. We didn't need to wait for a normal one.
But we didn't create one this time is what it is. I think is maybe the problem. Like it's clear skies.
No,
at
you
the
just
moment.
oh, I thought that was implied.
It was implied. Like I thought you guys were creating. Like I literally.
Okay, good. I thought that's what
Yeah.
you were saying, GM. That's why I was like, wait.
No,
Didn't
no.
we-
You self-induced the storm. It was pretty bad on the planet's surface for a little bit as lightning strikes were happening all around them, and then they got beamed back to the ship, just fine.
Okay, just that was my confusion for a second. I was like, wait, what?
What are they wearing personal shield generators?
That's a good question.
They were wearing whatever they stepped onto in the transporter pad when he beamed them down.
Okay, these are the same people.
Yeah, and they're distinctly lacking the belt and phasers.
Yeah.
The other reason I wanted them to be deprived to be a quick eyeball.
I don't know.
This does not appear to be the adventure.
Thank you, Commander. Your powers of observation are immense.
I'm gonna try again, I guess. Captain asked him to increase the intensity of the storm. And go ahead and let the storm run while we're beaming them down.
He'll type out instructions onto his pad to tell the bridge to do so. Round 2, everybody.
Once they've confirmed, I'll try to do it again.
Yeah, there's gonna be a roll for this part because you're beaming them into a storm. So, control plus engineering, difficulty of 2, assisted by the ship's sensors plus engineering, but complication range 2.
Whoops. I was about to roll for the wrong
Take
character.
a threat.
Whoops, that's comp.
2 to squash.
Did gain a momentum.
So 1 and 1. Yep.
Can't have Bissell getting fried by accident. I mean, actually, knowing Star Trek, he'd actually been down as a Cardassian and a Bajoran.
Meanwhile, on the planet's surface, it's getting a little intense down here.
Is it bad enough that the crew is in danger?
You're seeing like lightning strikes come down and they hit the top of the boulders, and the boulders are just absorbing the electricity.
Commander Salon to the Tenshi.
Do I get signal?
Yeah, you can signal.
Tenshi here.
I believe the storm has intensified, Captain.
Well, that's good. Hopefully, with the more intense energy, this should put you over. Just
Indeed,
stay where you are.
it is becoming unsafe for the crew down there.
Lauren will have you up in a bit, or they will, as the case is.
Your tricorder is reading intense ionic, radiation and a lot of static electricity in the air.
Similar to that, what happened with the first incident?
In much greater numbers.
Lieutenant Vogel, Lieutenant Sarissa, if we do appear upon the Venture, it may be necessary for us to convince Captain Avery that a member of the Tenshi crew is attempting to alter the timeline. I suspect that the Tenshi we have visited will make an attempt to alter things further.
That sounds about right. That would be following with their orders, to the best of my knowledge about them, and following their oaths. Same thing we would do in their shoes.
Indeed. We'll take responsibility for this, but if we arrive on the Venture, I assume we will arrive on the Venture at the same time we did before. I will violate the Temporal Prime Directive and attempt to convince Captain Avery that when her crew returns, they must be searched and any futuristic devices and any devices they have confiscated and destroyed.
All right, I'll go back to the transport. All right, Lieutenant Lauren, give me control plus engineering, assisted by the ship's sensors, plus engineering difficulty of 2, complication range of 4.
Think it'll work, Captain.
Take it the right.
If it doesn't, we'll have to come at this a different angle.
Yeah, but which one?
That's a question for later. Let's hope for the best. Oops, I closed the thing I needed. Although I think you hit it, so. But momentum generation. Bang.
4 momentum generated.
Damn it.
They are our guest away team.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, everyone, off the pad.
What? I was just getting comfortable.
I'm sure.
Well, that's a fine. How do you do?
Doctor, standards, changing screen, please.
Yep. And I'm gonna do a comparison to my new device and see how that goes. But yeah, let's start with the standard, and I'll do a second one with the new device. Okay, who's first, Commander?
Reason plus medicine difficulty of 3, complication range of 3.
Can I use experimental technology as a focus?
Sure.
Great. Reason medicine, you said?
Yes, reason medicine difficulty 3, comp 3.
Okay. And can I use a momentum for cautious?
No, you're not allowed. Good.
Dang it. Okay. Reason medicine. Whoop.
All of them all of them come back. You have 2 Vulcans, 1 Cation, 1 half Cardassian, half Bajoran, and 1 human.
Humans, kill it.
Well, they seem to be who they say they are. Unless the device is somehow not working these days, which I hope is not true.
I
Can I
mean,
use my
it depended on how many complications you rolled, on what the
okay.
results would be, or if it blew up on you, or blows up.
Okay. So
If
it
it
seems to be
blows up.
So far, so good. The power seems to be not fluctuating too much. That's good. Good job, Lauren.
Well, everyone, that didn't go quite as I hoped.
Lieutenant Lauren, do you have any theories as to why this did not work?
None. This should work.
Would it need to be put to the same specific time that they were using the transporters? By that I mean like minute.
Well, that's just it, right? What happened in both cases was it was simply similar circumstances that triggered the event. Our beaming crossed with their beaming. So either the circumstances are different enough that it doesn't work, or some measure of temporal mechanics is interfering with what we're trying to do.
Would it be necessary for the other timeline or whatnot to be beaming as well, so that it would be simultaneous?
They are beaming.
Yeah, because they were on an
There's
away machine
always-
down there.
Yeah, there's always a discrete point in time at which they're beaming.
Okay.
By the fact of it happened before, yes.
But at this point, would it be complicating matters that now we are attempting to mix 3 transporter beams? So
It's
then,
possible what we're going to have to do is a method of time travel that was more popular in your time period, Commander.
GM, with that suggestion, is there any way to eliminate the transporter of the other Tenshi?
The issue is the other Tenchi timeline no longer exists.
So they're
Yeah,
not
so
even interfering with us.
there aren't three ships. There's only two.
This is called paradox territory. So the event already technically happened, and not only in that timeline, but your timeline as well. So
You're gonna have to spell it out.
okay, this is where we get. This is the. So your characters, given the courses, probably at the academy, you have with temporal mechanics. Because that the event that already took place, it technically can't be undone in a way. If that makes any sense. So you're trying to override the event, even if and the way and there's some information you probably don't understand about the henge and the way it actually operates. That you may be missing certain key elements to do what you're trying to do. But there are other forms of time travel. If someone wants to do like an insight or a reason science or con to look up some history of what certain captains did in the past for time travel, I would be more than happy to give you a roll on that and tell you.
What
that's
are
what I'm
the
thinking.
what are the odds, since he's from that era, that Salon would at least remember the Gary 7 incident with the Enterprise? And that particular episode of Star Trek made it seem like that was kind of routine.
What? Them circling a sun?
No, them traveling back in time to observe events. I mean, if I remember that episode correctly, that's what the Enterprise was doing then.
Yeah, they go back at least one time just to study Earth in the 60s. I think it's I mean, I guess can we make a roll? But I'm pretty sure it's common knowledge that they used to go around stars.
That is common knowledge, but there is other ways.
Oh,
I'll take a shot at it then. What's the roll?
Depends on which angle you wish to look at, like either a research roll, which would be like reason plus science, or you can go look at historical files, which would be reason plus con roll.
Salon will try to remember how all the various time travel missions went during his era.
For you, it would be insight con. Difficulty for 2 for anyone who wants to undertake that.
I'm willing to assist just by sheer memory. My con's not great, so it's better someone else leads this.
I mean, Vogel's an accomplished scientist, so she could help in some fashion.
I have the stats to help, but
yeah, that's where I'm
Cerisa's
at.
not the person to help. It's like, well, personality-wise, she would help. Knowledge-wise, what?
I'd probably be better off assisting. I have a whopping 11 on that particular combination.
So
the
I
doctor
take the
can
lead.
help some with science, but
well, it just who's doing a role and what kind of role are you doing? Like from what angle? And that's going to depend on
our best bet then will be Vogel. If you would look over, help us look over the records. Let's find an alternate way of time travel. That's the round the sun method is something I know, but it's as I recall, it's a very tricky maneuver. If there's any other way we can do this, I'd rather we figure it out sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I'll do it, and I'll do it in the form of time travel theory, so probably more of a science role.
Salon will just try brute memory, trying to remember how we did it back then.
Okay, so Vogel, reason plus science, difficulty of 2. Anyone assisting Vogel is reason plus science. Salon, it's going to be insight plus con, difficulty of 2.
I'll use 3 momentum. Ship assisting?
Computers science.
Okay, that turns on another reroll.
Computers science. 3 momentum, you said. 1 and 2 and 3. No, don't eliminate the character. Thank you.
If we want to try to dig for momentum, we could re-roll the ship twice. Oh wait, no, sorry, once.
Just once.
Sorry, once.
Might as well dig. Why not?
Come on, cop.
Same roll.
Science. No.
One momentum from Vogel. So one momentum there.
See, I have a science of 2. Reason of garbage, but you know. I'm not sure if I'm glad to have lived in a time where time travel is a normal operation of starships or not. With that
It was-
comments.
It was valuable historical research, Captain.
Well, I'm sure there's someone in the fleet that still does this sort of thing on the regular. I specifically tried to avoid temporal duty. Although I imagine in the future there's going to be a more common security concern for the Federation and other powers once we understand temporal science more.
Good pun, sir. Definitely in the future, there'll be more time travel.
Oh, don't get me started, Doctor. I hated temporal mechanics in the academy.
Perhaps it's time to brush up.
And that's what I have qualified science officers and engineers for, Doctor. I know my strengths.
Good idea, sir.
I mean, as much as I like to, I know my way how to a hypospray and a regenerative tool. I'm not about to start brushing up on surgery.
Well, you have to take it up with Solin's wife if you want her position.
Solon, give me insight plus con difficulty of 2.
All right. Just really haven't had a chance to burn one in a few sessions. Can I spend towards actually it'd probably be more like challenging the value? There's no such thing as the unknown.
Because this definitely is the unknown. Problem is, you'd have to have something to spend into.
Yeah, you still have to spend something into it.
Can you elaborate on time warp? What you mean by that?
Going around the
All right. Well, I'll just spend a momentum then. If I know the idea is I'm trying to remember rather than looking for something that's unknown. I'm trying to remember something that he knows.
I'll take failure as that part of business of Starfleet that you are actively trying to.
I will accept that, and that'll give me 2 successes plus whatever I get here.
Both complications. Come on, dice. No.
Some of us want to get home, thank you.
Your officer's too competent, sir. Sorry.
And of course, that veteran never works for me.
2 momentum generated.
Huzzah. The only stable wormhole is the Bajoran wormhole, but that one's under security lockdown. There are a couple we know of, but they're not nearly as stable as that one. A star should be able to work.
Of course, we could end up with the possibility of having 2 Tenshis in the new timeline.
Yeah, and I wouldn't approve that. I don't think the Admiralty would approve it either. There's too much. It adds a wrinkle to the problem. If we can find another way, if it's the only way we can, then that's what we'll have to do. But
the only other thing I can think of that might be a safer option is to head back down to the planet and try to figure out how this henge exactly works, how it altered the timeline to begin with, or how it got us into the past to begin with.
Because it's probably a complicating factor.
There is another possibility, Captain.
I'm all ears.
I seem to remember from Captain Kirk's logs a entity known as the Guardian of Forever. It'd be a more stable form of time travel. It certainly seems what the entity or device was designed for.
I'm gonna look up on the computer how long it would take us to get there at our best speed.
Reason or insight con difficulty of 2, assisted by the ship's computer's con.
Astronavigation focus.
Yeah.
Oh, pardon me. Throw a momentum at it. Whoops, where'd it go? Computer's con, was it?
Yes, computer's con. Gain momentum. On the records, it does show they probably take you at maximum or 2.5 days to reach the Guardian of Forever, where it currently resides at. Starfleet does warn of ships traveling to said planet of severe temporal shockwaves around
Yeah.
the planet.
Oh, as in recently?
No, as in it happens all the time.
Oh, okay.
As in there's
It's a temporal hazard.
It is a temporal hazard. It essentially creates temporal, I guess you could say, turbulence.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. I thought that the Guardian of Forever wasn't controllable. It was like a random where you went. Because I don't think McCoy wanted to go back to World War II.
But it is an entity you can talk to, as I recall.
Yes, it is an entity you can talk to. And usually when it shows you paths to go travel in time, it shows you sort of like a moving picture frame or whatever, different events. And then you just jump through it at the event. And that's how you time travel.
Yeah, remember that's how Spock and Kirk got back to where McCoy was.
I literally just watched the episode today just to make sure. So. We'll note you do recall that because there's a break in the line, that Geminar, even though it's clear, Geminar vessels have been breaking through the actual defense line and attacking supply lines near essentially kind of a sector or two over.
Yeah, so there's a risk we're going to be intercepted. Unless we go the long way around, which even then, that adds even more time.
The planet in question is rather close to Klingon space.
Hey, it's not terrible. That means Klingons are nearby. All right. Well, officers, we have a variety of options for now. Do we have the ability to break up the storm or wait for it to pass so they can get back to the surface again?
It will dissipate on its own.
Okay, so we'll just let it. So what I'm thinking of doing, I'm going to approve you to go down to the henge and examine it, get data on it, see if there's some way we can manipulate it to shift us in a way that helps us get when we need to go. If we can do it here, then we'll try to do it that way. I'm going to speak with the Admiralty and see. Ideally, I'm hoping the henge plan works. We find some way to do it that way. But if it doesn't, then I need to get approval from the Admiralty to make motion to either do a time warp or to venture to the Guardian of the Guardian's location. Assuming you're all willing to engage in such activity. Of course.
Yeah, there are worse things.
So we do want to change the timeline then, sir?
At this point, we can't even do what they want. We can't even restore the existing timeline until we have some method to travel back. Which we have two others, but one, need approval, and two, they both have complications that could alter our intentions and theirs.
Hmm.
It's logical, Captain, that the Guardian itself may be able to verify that the timeline has been changed, that it is incorrect, and may be able to point us in the right direction.
The
It
downside
sounds like-
is that from a fleet security standpoint, we'd have to risk enemy contact, and I would need to get approval to redirect from our original course as it is. We were on an existing mission, and the Admiralty's orders are allowing me some leeway, but I don't know how far that goes. They were willing to let us attempt this. I don't know if they're willing me to attempt other methods, but that doesn't mean we can't examine what's already there and see if we can tickle the temporal mechanics in such a way that it tilts in our favor through the henge. Because right now, the method we're doing that we've done before isn't going to work anymore, as far as we can tell. So, also consider that the Guardian tomorrow requires us to also take 2 days out of our existing mission profile. So that's going to be a bit of a sell. So. And they may prefer we do one method over the other. I have to be very cautious using federational resources in a time of war.
I understand, Captain. Sometimes I believe things were simpler in a time when captains had much more discretion because of communication time.
Hence why I'm not asking. That's why I'm allowed to send down a bunch of people who aren't technically members of my crew, but may be self-interested enough to look into the matter to see about, at the very least, doing something about the timeline. Unless you wish to stay here and contribute to the war effort, at which point that's your decision.
I would prefer there is no war. Using the Guardian would allow one or two of us who are known to Captain Avery.
So you are refusing to go down to the planet, Commander?
I am not. I am just suggesting that getting access to the Guardian may be more of a, as the humans say, sure thing.
Well, we'll see how the Admiralty feels about it. It is a possibility, and I personally do like the Guardian method a little more than warping around a sun. The method is known, but it is incredibly risky. One wrong step, and we go in and we have a nasty sunbath and lose the ship. So,
well, Kirk can do it in a bird of prey. I'm sure this vessel could do it easily.
Kirk was also a reckless fool who got a bunch of medals because he happened to not get himself or his crew killed. That man's an overrated hack, and I am not one to endanger my crew on a gamble.
The other benefit you might come to is that the Guardian may be resistant to attempts to alter the timeline further without correcting it. It is the one method that allows us to correct mistakes without attempting to modify the past further.
He'll stare at Solon for a second.
It is a plan of simplicity, Captain. returned to the Venture shortly after the return of their own crew, and informed Captain Avery that one of them is attempting to alter the timeline. Allow her to see the consequences of that. As a Starfleet captain, Captain Avery will do the right thing. That is what Starfleet captains do, as you know.
If necessary, Captain, I can go down and look at the Ark.
Yes, I'll want you to head down there, Lieutenant. There may be an engineering angle on this that may not be discerned. Does anyone else of you have objections to going down to the planet? Or this plan of action?
No.
Anything you say, Captain.
I give a strong look to Solon before stepping on the pad.
They will, of course, obey. Captain,
Oh no, Commander. You're returning to your quarters.
understood. It is your ship, sir.
Captain,
If you ever get curious as to what you are like without years of war, come visit me.
I have no need of
Captain-
lectures from a guest officer in the presence of my other officers, nor do I enjoy my integrity as a Starfleet captain being questioned. Out of friendship of the commander I once knew, I am going to be patient with you. Please do not press my patience further.
Captain, I'd like to request that he go down. The 5 of them have seen the planet when they beamed up originally. They've seen things I've not seen. He could prove useful. I will keep him in line. They have no phasers. I'll be fine.
To your care then, Lieutenant. I'll step back. Captain Thatton, requesting a transporter technician to transporter room.
On my way.
Imagine these two get on as well. Vogel?
Sir?
Thatton to Bridge, verify that the site has no storm.
The storm has passed, Captain.
Very well. Lieutenant Lauren, you're in command of this away team. Do you have any requisition of equipment?
No, sir.
All right, crewmen, energize.
It would be very helpful. I can actually find the sound effect.
The explosion sound effect?
No.
It's under boom.
The sound of screaming when the transport goes wrong, is that the sound?
Yee.
I drop you in
Uh, as soon as we dematerialize, I'm gonna grab both hands onto Solon's uniform and shake him a bit and say, "Are you trying to screw this up?"
I don't get your meaning, Lieutenant. I was attempting to get the captain to do the right thing.
He's not going to. I told you that. He's lost too much. In order for this to work, we have to do this way with the transporter. If we go to the Guardian of Forever, he's just going to lock you on the ship and send me or someone else back in time with plans for advanced phaser weapons, shields, deck plans to the Defiant. He's not going to send you. The only way he needs you is if we do it this way. You and him have completely incompatible desires if we travel any other way than with this transporter here at the hinge.
Well, in case you are correct, let us see what we can discover.
Well, everything you want depends on it, so we better get started.
Scene change.
Yep. Tick, tick.
All right. To start studying him, this is going to be a reason plus science difficulty of 4, work 17, magnitude of 4 with the resistance of 2.
That seems like a me roll. Aha.
Yeah, all I can assist here, but
assist.
coordinated efforts applies here, right?
If you are assisting, yes, it will apply. It is still going to be, you have to use, everyone who's assisting that will have to use reason plus science.
Tyrell can help. Can Bissell? Bissell better at this? Bissell is not better at this. So I'll grab Tyrell.
Don't think I have a focus, but I think I have a value.
Oh, Salon, you need to tell us what benefit we're getting.
All right, let me, because there's like a choice of 2, right?
One's piercing, one's vicious, basically.
Which one is better? Or is it just 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other?
Piercing, you're looking at resistance 2, so you could get almost guaranteed that the 2 resistance is gone. But vicious means that you could get a lot more work done in exchange. So
I think
it's
vicious might be better.
Vicious might be better in this
In
case.
this
If the resistance
particular
was higher, you'd
situation.
want the piercing to be there.
All right, that makes sense. We'll do the vicious then.
But for value, information is the key to overcoming any obstacle.
I don't know. Yeah. It'll be fine.
Then I'll use 2 momentum, so I can make sure I get a reroll.
2 momentum. And I am not this person. I'm this person now.
All right, that'll be 5 successes, and then whoever's assisting.
Boom, 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 boom. Well, he tried.
This is where I laugh in Science 1.
You could roll a natural 1.
Well, I can't assist anyway.
Because he doesn't have a science.
The commander, you will have to assist. I think you do have to roll to get the bit.
Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah, I rolled. I just didn't succeed.
There we go. Yeah, I see it now. I count total 6, so 2 momentum gained.
That's pretty good to be.
Roll 6 challenge dice. 2, 4, 7 minus 2, so total 5 work being done.
I think
Is
that's
enough for a breakthrough.
yeah. I think that's good.
Do you wish to roll again?
Yes.
I mean, you could go
If-
off and study plant life and fauna.
If you want to, I could roll because I'd be willing to. Oh no, I don't. I was about to say
Can
I'd be
you-
willing to use my determination, but I don't think I have a value.
Can you spend a momentum to have piercing, or 2 momentum to have piercing to get rid of those 2?
Well,
It'd be
We
one.
can, but I don't think
Oh,
it'll matter
it-
at this point.
It's not that valuable, but you could
There's 2 more work.
executive officer. You could spend 3 momentum and give Vogel her determination back since she's the lead. She could use that again.
It's true.
Well, I'll do that.
The XO power comes in.
It's a. I forgot what it was. It comes so rarely.
I've all the time I've been in XO, I've used it like once as well. And even then,
Same.
I think I did it on a lark. I was like, I'll just do it because we don't need it. But
Oh, you had to spend momentum to do that, right?
yeah, it's 3
Yep.
momentum.
And you have to have spent it. You can't just give them one. They have to have just spent it.
they have to have just spent it, and you have to spend 3 momentum to cover it.
All right, I'll use the same value, and then I'll use a momentum and a threat for another dice. Try to build some more momentum
I
and
could
ensure
bring
the
in
reroll.
more cube
Yeah.
in.
What?
Nothing. I can solve your problem right now with a board cube. It's okay. It's 5, 6, 7.
Tactical more expensive?
What?
Tactical cube.
Yeah, it is. It's
Yes,
bigger.
it is. It's 15.
Tacticals are super scary though. You can't even hold them up.
That's a that's a TPK waiting to happen with one of those.
That's the rocks fall you die spend.
I think you need to roll, Lauren.
How much do Gem Hadar cruisers cost?
Not much.
I thought they were only scale 5.
The big battleships though, I think they're 6, aren't they?
I think the battleships are 6, and then the TAC fighters are 3.
Yeah.
That's 8.
Because their fighters are scale 3.
Yep, I believe that is 8, so we get 5 momentum.
Yes.
Not really that bad though. If they come on a diplomatic mission and you just preemptively attack, they're pretty destroyed.
So I will re-roll. I'll use a momentum to re-roll 2.
Boop boop. Oops. Oop, oop. I broke
I
it.
at least got 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4,
That's
5,
4 work.
6.
Currently.
Then I'll spend 1 for piercing.
So 6 work. 11 total work with a breakthrough.
There.
All right, and then
Is the XO power once per?
No. Do it again.
You could do it again. Give her determination back.
Would you like your determination back, or do you need the motive?
I think I would. I think I want to keep the momentum to have the reroll.
Yeah.
You don't want the train? Oh.
But determination is a better way to reroll than momentum, because you can reroll everything.
I mean, that's true. Well, yeah, I think we could do that, and then I'll just take my chances rolling 2 dice because it's only a diff 2.
Yeah.
So
And you have help, so.
yeah, let's just do that, and then I won't spend anything, and I'll just roll 2.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oops.
Well, we got 6. So we
Yes,
can...
that should be 4.
2 momentum gained. Roll 6
What?
challenge.
Quash?
Oh, with the quash we get 2? Yeah,
No, you didn't spend. Did you spend?
I did. Yes.
Okay. So yes, 2 with the quash. Roll 6 challenge. 6 challenge dice.
Easy for you to say.
That's 5. How much do I
Uh,
need? I need 6.
You need 6, but currently you're doing 3.
Resistance 2.
One the resistance, one for extra work, and I think that will get both.
I think penetrating does 2, not 1. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
piercing is for 2.
Yeah,
But
but I need one more work.
Oh, because of the I get you now. Yeah, I follow.
That will complete the extended task. Filled the work track up. Got 5, so there's the 4.
Oh, son of a bitch! I had testing a theory. Son of a bastard.
Since all of you worked on it, I just posted in the Tenshi's chat. But partially it's
Everyone
due to
but me, but
experience.
hey,
Well, you're all discussing it while you're studying it.
just sitting there listening and like, I know what you're saying.
That is word. Those are words, and my translator is functioning.
Oh, fun.
Oh, so we need to create a temporal rift. Is that what I'm
Yes.
reading?
Yes, essentially you're creating a temple with using the hinge, and you have to create an appropriate device, either to beam someone through the rift or for them to walk through it, sort of like a gateway.
Why didn't we need to build the device the first time?
Because it was artificially remember the link between the two ships where we were shooting at each other?
There was extra. That's still going to be unknown because there was. I will frame it in Star Trek terms. There is circumstances beyond your control that were in play.
Ah, Q, I got it.
No, not Q.
I mean, that's a good excuse as any, really.
How long would it take to build this device?
Depending on the method you go with, it could take several days to weeks.
What do you mean? What method we use?
Gateway or transporter.
Probably transporter because we have the
You
technology.
can make a gateway where you walk through.
Yeah.
No, we want to do transporter because that's the only way that everybody's interests are in the same direction.
And we already have the technology.
Yeah. So how long would it take to do the transport version? Basically, to do what we did last time.
Reason plus engineering difficulty 3 to figure that out.
I don't do any of my focuses work. Transporters, maybe.
I will get you to increase complication.
Boop.
Can I help him figure that out?
I'm thinking of that. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Sure.
Threat.
One away from tactical cube.
Come at me. They'll never leave this timeline because the freaking ship is going to be blown away.
Yeah, the last time a cannon came across a tactical cube, we flew directly into a time sun star thing to avoid.
Oh, that, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, complication and so
I might spend determination to reroll because you said it was difficulty 3, right?
yes.
Yeah, so this is kind of important. Since I'm not entirely sure I can figure out this alone, can I use my faith as those in around me since I'm going to have to rely on Solon's help to figure this out?
Sure.
Complication is, why don't we try the Guardian forever? No, we said no to that plan. But no, really, it's way more stable.
Well, a complication got us into this mess, so maybe a complication will get us out.
With the added complication into the figure of this, and given the time circumstances, you if you hustle, and you could probably get it done 5 days, but realistically, you're probably looking closer to 9 days to construct the appropriate and do the proper testing to make sure it will work. Though, keep in mind, it is a one-way trip. Whoever you beam through, assuming you have everything set right.
Like, no, but we beam them, and then we beam back the Venture's crew, right?
No, you can only beam one person across, and really, it's probably to another planet. Beaming to a starship would be problematic. You could technically beam to the Venture, right before it happened. I mean, I guess you could technically beam more than one person, but you have to just build it bigger. But it's a one-way trip.
Okay. Tell me what I need so that I can get these people to the Venture.
You're gonna build a big, elaborate transporter that will work on the surface of the planet, while inducing a ion storm and creating a temporal vortex to transport them through to the Venture into the past.
All right. And I can. When would we want to beam, though?
Whoever is going to the back into the past will not be able to come back. They will be stuck there.
Uh, do they all need to go to reset the timeline? And if Solon went alone, and the other four of them stayed, and then Solon went back and took the device away from that lieutenant and solved everything, would things snap back and everybody is supposed to be where they're supposed to be, or do we have to send them all back to the Venture?
I think he's saying only one has to go back.
How would you get off the Venture, though?
He would.
You won't. You're stuck back in You're stuck back in the past.
Well, Captain Avery already knows Salon and knows who he really is, so
Oh,
he would probably
I
get
think
Captain Avery to
so
drop him somewhere.
GM, correct me if I'm wrong. So, if someone went back in the past, they'd be stuck there, but they could still fix the future.
They could, yes, they could still fix the future.
Okay.
The issue. So here's the thing that you got to think a little bit fourth dimensionally. When they beam back into the past and they correct the timeline, there is no future for them to come back to, or someone to beam them
Uh,
Unless they left some kind of note saying, "Here, unlock temporal file at this time to bring person back."
are we saying that whoever does this is going to need a new character?
No, potentially not.
Okay.
Potentially.
Okay.
So if Salon reset
this is the GM thing. So here's the thing, real quick. You guys seen the last episode of Voyager?
Not in like 10 years.
Okay.
Unfortunately, yes.
Admiral Janeway went back into the past to save Voyager. There were two, essentially, Janeways that existed for a period of time.
Right.
So yes, spoiler alert. But it's essentially doing the same thing. You're creating a paradox, is what you're doing, to fix what happened.
You're back to futuring your problem.
But so if we send one person through, they can go back, fix the thing. They're stuck there, but that doesn't really matter because if they fix the timeline, then we go back to the beginning of 3 episodes ago.
Potentially, yes.
Oh, I think we're good.
And technically, Salon just disappears in that timeline, and his younger self just progresses forward through the timeline as normal.
No, it's a situation where it's like with the
Oh, but
Alt-
yeah, so
JJ Enterprise where you had Spock and Spock.
so if Salon went back in time, then there would be a Salon there would be 2 Commander Salons in the 2040s or whatever the time is. The one on the Bozeman or whatever, the one doing the normal career, and the one that's on the Venture. And both of them would have to live out their lives in the past.
Yes.
Okay. Which means it can't be Salon.
Could be me.
Now, I don't think Salon would allow any of his, it's his choice. This is a away team, and so he's not going to allow his away team to make that sacrifice. He would go and just disappear.
I'll say it can't be you because you existing twice with the same name and genetic profile in an advanced society like that, someone's gonna figure out.
Yeah, but he could take a shuttle and get lost somewhere.
Salon would also have a solution for that.
Can go
there
and
could
not have any
also
of the problems
be
you're gonna have.
there could also be more. You could technically also there could be other player or other characters can go back. It's just those characters from this point in time would not be able to go back to the future.
If I do it, the captain trusts me. He doesn't trust you. He's not gonna let you go alone. Which means we have to wait long enough to build a massive pad to send you all back. I could go, and he trusts me, and I could fix it.
Then you would never come back. The benefit of Salon going back is he lived in that time. He is the most capable of disappearing in that time.
You're giving me this is going to give me a chance to go to live on Bajor before the occupation and die before the occupation is supposed to happen. I could go back and get to live on a free Bajor. I think it's a win for all of us.
My question is, do you come up to the captain of the Tenshi, who you're going to need to get the supplies from, and tell him of what's happened? Because
not yet, because we all need to be on the same page.
Okay. Anyway, while you guys are thinking about certain things, I'm going to cut to the bridge. The Tenshi. After a few moments pass by, Captain, and finally, certain admiral you've been dealing with, Admiral Tavis. Captain Thatton, what progress have you made?
Well, we made the attempt to try the initial method that caused this. Unfortunately, it didn't work. I've sent an away team down to see if we can shift the variables in such a way that we can try to do it that method. Unfortunately, that alone isn't why I'm calling you. I'm also requesting possible approval to either do a stellar temporal jump or to reposition the ship toward the Guardian of Forever. Ideally, I won't have to go to either. I won't do either of those ideas, but I wanted to get the approval before I hear good or bad news from my away team, sir.
Paradox ensuing. Doing a time warp would be quite disruptive. If once you're upon return to this normal time, there could be potentially 2 USS Tenshis, if I'm not correct on my temple mechanics. Though
in one way that'd be good, but at the same time it may cause more complications than we want to do. it may cause ripples that we don't intend.
Indeed, though the Guardian of Forever is, while I have never personally interacted with it, it is a entity of extreme intelligence and would know how to fix this issue.
Though on that problem, I'm not sure if there's any files on how we could influence this guardian to our ends, because I imagine that it may have its own agenda separate from the Federation.
The Guardians seem willing to help Captain Kirk, though I don't think anyone has been there in quite some time.
My bet would be to go there myself and hopefully control the situation in that manner, if that's the method you approve, sir. I'd also
Pursue-
want to request reinforcements if we're going that method as well, since last intelligence I heard was that there may be enemy contact en route.
I do not. I'm unable to give you additional reinforcements, though.
Mm-hmm.
I will send notice to have patrols increase along the area where potential hazards could be. Pursue any course of action you deem necessary, Captain. Though I would caution against the time warp.
Very good, sir. Hopefully the next time I contact you will be a success, sir.
The next time you attempt to contact me may not happen.
Aye, sir.
Live long and prosper, Captain.
May our clan live long and be victorious.
Raises an eyebrow. It closes the channel.
Oh, right. Stands up and he'll head off to the bridge. Report on the away team.
No word, but they were still studying the henge, Captain.
All right. Hail the away team.
Understood.
This is Lauren.
This is the Tenshi. Any progress on your research?
I kind of look intently at Lauren, and I'll say, yes, I found a way that I think we can fix this, but it's a one-way journey for one person.
All right. Come up to the ship. We'll discuss this in a more secure manner. Tenshi out. And the captain's going to prepare them to be beamed up with the relevant medical check to make sure they're not changing, security to be present so that they're not actually changing to try to kill us all. You know the song and dance by this point.
After that closes, I'll say, I hope you can trust me.
I think we're going to have to.
I would note, Lieutenant, that the you that I know already lives on a free Bajor.
I'm not worried about that. Dealing with y'all, dealing with the captain, dealing with the war, and all this mess. the idea of settling on Bajor 200 years ago and just living out life and not dealing with any of it sounds pretty great. That would solve all of our problems. I just need to prevent your time contamination, and then I'm going to check out.
Ultimately, it will be the captain's decision.
Tenshi, awaiting him, Tenshi. 6 to beam up.
I would have loved if you just said 1 to beam up. Wait, what? You
Fire all just.
destroy the hinge.
I think I'm waiting for Lieutenant Lauren to be in charge of the transporter and the away team just not materialize.
I'm just trying to figure out what game Lauren's playing.
I have lost count of how many dimensions of chess we've gone into.
Yeah. You're playing a long game here.
Never blown up in my face before.
Never.
So all of you being back to the bridge of the Tenshi. Doctor, you do the usual changeling and test, and well, you do the phaser test. It tingles, hurts a little bad. Guys are getting kind of used to it at this point, and they're not changelings.
Darn, one of
Yeah.
these days.
Right. Doctor, you might want to come with us. I think there's going to be a meeting the captain's going to win us all for.
I will be there.
Yeah.
Head to the conference room.
Lenara's getting so much command time.
All of you arrive in the conference room and take some seats. Oh, Sai out guarding the door. Got it.
I'll like type up a example of the device on the screen. Captain, this is what we figured out. We can construct a device like this and use the transporters in the manner as before, although this time it is a one-way trip. I suggest that I can go back in time and execute the plan as we had discussed. I think that would be to everybody's satisfaction. And then I will probably, if you would allow me, retire to Bajor. If I'm successful.
Hmm.
Although you won't know the difference, I'll still be here once I do what I'm supposed to do.
Isn't that the problem in the first place? Someone went to Bajor and messed with the timeline? No offense, of course.
Me and the captain have a plan to prevent that. And I'm gonna give evil eyes to Salon.
Captain, I disagree
Oh,
with
that was. Sorry, I meant the doctor. I got y'all mixed up.
Captain. I would note two things.
Hmm.
One, building the device that Lieutenant Lauren has planned will take somewhere between 5 and 9 days. You have mentioned it will only take 2 days to reach the Guardian from here. Also, I believe that I would be the better choice to return to the time, as Captain Avery knows me and is more likely to listen to me when I tell her of the dangers.
We can trust him, Captain.
So it's a one-way trip, no way to bring them back, and no way to verify the event.
No, even if they succeeded, you'll never know it. If they fail, you'll never know.
Mm.
But we're of a similar mind, Captain, so you can trust that I will carry out the plan as ordered by Starfleet. You never know what they're gonna do. They have their own designs.
Thank you for the stellar vote of confidence.
You know my mind, Captain. You know I have never lied to you. I imagine that is true in any timeline. It'll be fairly easy for me to return to Vulcan when I'm done with the venture. Go to a secluded monastery and live out the rest of my life. I imagine I will study temporal mechanics as a hobby.
That's exactly the problem, Captain. You know what he's gonna do when he gets there before he goes and retires at that monastery, and it's not what our orders are. It's not what we want.
I am of a mind to tell those of you who are visiting us that the intention, if it wasn't immediately aware to you and wasn't immediately obvious to you or not otherwise pointed out to you, I'm under the authority to not only defend this timeline, but also to manipulate it in such a way that this war ends sooner. Now, you have my understanding, and any of you can correct me, my understanding is that you have your oaths of office to try to defend your timeline. So you're incentivized to try to put things the way they were to you. So I have to keep that in mind
All due
with any of these
respect,
plans.
sir, if where we're from no longer exists, or is this timeline just altered, those orders are one and the same. Where we're from, the war's over. We know exactly how to get back to that. That is this one timeline. There's not two separate things that we can just simply walk back to and say, okay, it's done.
Well, that's just it. Is that your timeline also pitches the Cardassians into years of oppression. one of our trusted allies. I have to think about them as well.
And they are presently for us free and allied and recovering. Either way, they get hit hard. There's no roundabout for that. Right now, your most valued ally, as you've put him, is suffering. And they've been suffering for what, 20 years?
All of a
You
few years.
said 20 years before, I think. That's where I got that from.
Oh, that was the war. Is the war we had with the Cardassians
Oh,
with
okay.
the,
I'm
in
getting
defense of the
shit mixed up.
Bajorans.
I've got so many different timelines going on right now. This is great. Few years, however long that is, because I'm not sure. Is it 5 years now?
Yeah, it's 5 years since. 5-6 years
5
since
years,
the.
However, I mean, insert X number of years because
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly.
Yes.
Of an arguably hard. Well, we can argue that and we won't get anywhere. Argue what's worse. We can argue what's better. But at the moment, with one timeline getting to a point where the war's over sooner, we have an answer to that. And it's an answer that doesn't involve changing things in unknown ways.
You do realize that the safest option that you may be professing for as well is to not change anything at all, because you may very well fail in your mission.
If we fail, then nothing changes.
Or you complicate things in a way that's worse for us.
If you fail, you can cause infinite problems for us.
That is the
Without even
benefit.
thinking. Go ahead.
That is the benefit of using the Guardian, Captain. One, using the Guardian may not be a one-way trip. Kirk, Spock, and McCoy did return after correcting the timeline. And the Guardian may not allow us to go back in such a way that would further damage time. If none of us at this table are experts on temporal mechanics. The Guardian is.
That's a problem for us, Captain. We don't need to involve some super intelligent alien in this, or it can make it worse. It has its own designs and interests. Adding more people into the mix or more aliens into the mix with their own ideas about what should happen or what time travel is or what time travel should be is only going to complicate this.
My more concern in that path is the idea that we may encounter enemy ships on the way. And then once we're destroyed, then both our options are taken off the table anyway. We can fight through, but it depends on how big a fleet we run into out there. The battle lines are such that we'd have to depend on Klingon reinforcements to save us if we get into trouble, which I can't guarantee that. I'm approved to go there, but I have reservations about doing that. Frankly, I'm more of a mind to try to move the ship via a stellar jump or attempting to negotiate with the Guardian forever rather than this beaming plan, because then I have a lot more control over the situation than leaving it to the whims of an away team. Even a trusted officer like yourself, Lieutenant, if you get injured, if anything happens to you, the plan goes, we will never know that anything bad happened. We can't do anything to support it.
That's not true entirely. If something goes wrong, you're still going to be here, and you can attempt to fix it if you realize that nothing is changed. You're still going to be here trying to fix the future. It just may be a different future you're trying to fix. And you do have control. We have orders. I'll follow those orders. If you take the ship back in time, those calculations are difficult. There's a reason we call them hot shots. Hot shot pilots is because it's a stupid thing to do, and it risks an entire ship. And there's a reason we don't do it anymore, beyond the temporal concerns. One unfortunate solar flare, and we're all fried.
All right. Thinking, don't mind me, everybody. I believe the safest course of action that gives this ship the best way forward that isn't just reckless as well will be to head to the Guardian forever. And I will trust the learned judgment of the species, and hopefully you can make your argument and I'll make mine, and we'll let a being that understands time far better than us decide. If you do not wish to go along, I assume you all want to try that plan, but if you do not wish to, or you believe it's too dangerous, you are free to request leave off the ship, and we will arrange transfer for you to elsewhere in the Federation should we not make it to our location. Because the problem with this plan, for the timeline, worst case scenario is if this ship is hindered or stopped, then this timeline continues and I don't endanger this Federation. And if we succeed, then where you go will be immaterial because time will have changed one way or the other.
Can I request that I can stay behind with the shuttle and the materials to build the device? And if you are engaged by the Jem'Hadar on the way, then we have a backup plan.
I'm going to need your help to defend the ship if we get attacked. You're my chief engineer.
If you get attacked by the Jem'Hadar en masse, you're going to need a lot more than me.
Which is why I'm hoping everyone else here is willing to volunteer their efforts to defend the ship in the hopes that they can we can ensure the timeline is altered from its current state. I think we can all agree none of us are happy with how things are at the moment.
I have already told you I will do as much.
He nods.
If it means getting us all back to where we belong, then I will do what it takes.
Though defending a ship is more useful with a phaser. I can punch a Jem'Hadar, and it's not the best plan. I've done it before.
I advise replicating a sword if they board. They enjoy it. They like to get in close range sometimes. Much to they've learned a bit from the Klingons, annoyingly.
I've got means of getting around that.
Well, no rush for the rest of you. I'll give you a day, but after a while, it will be untenable for you to leave the ship. And you'll have to live with our decision. Good day. He stands up and leaves.
Thank you,
Someone
Captain.
calls out to him.
So, does this mean we get those fancy belt things?
They're called sashes.
If you are serving I would advise all of you to be equipped with. If you're not getting off the ship, then you'll all want standard equipment. And given in the interest of our unique service histories, I will permit you to be armed, given that it is possible that this journey will involve combat, and I'd rather you were able to defend yourselves. And I trust all of you not to betray the ship or its crew.
So, to the Guardian of Forever.
Like you do.
Unless someone tries to steal a shuttle and do it on their own.
Had we not been headed that direction, Swan was thinking about it.
All right, I'm going. So we're going to change scenes. So no momentum as it is. With that, I am going to roll a d6 to see if you run into any Dominion vessels along the route.
Oh boy!
6 of them.
That is an effect.
Go away!
No. So that is an effect.
So
That means
saying 6 of them.
Thanks, Doc.
I know it's not the number of ships, but it was just perfectly timed. 6. Oh yeah, okay, that's what's on the die. Good. Yep. 6 is exactly the number we probably didn't want to see.
as you are traveling at warp with shields up, whoever is at sensors, Captain, long range sensors detect 2 Gemnihar attack vessels approaching on an intercept course. Looks like some of them broke through the lines.
Two cruisers?
2 attack fighters, these smaller ones, not the dreadnoughts.
Oh, that's good. All hands red alert. Can we outrun them?
Unfortunately not, sir.
All right, let's try to have them intercept us. Let's try to find somewhere we can at least make sure that the intercept point isn't to their advantage. So let's not give them the opportunity to duck into a nebula or some other asteroid field. If we're gonna face them, we might as well face them in open space.
So we move to Starship Combat.
I'll be in sick bay. Obviously, there'll be some casualties. Hopefully, not many. All right. Good luck, everybody.
What range are we at?
Currently you are at extreme.
Can you hold in space?
Like prepare.
Yeah, can you do prepare in space?
Evade, like doing like a evasion will keep your ship stationary. It doesn't move you a zone or anything like
I
that.
think it's been like a prepared
No,
action.
no. We want to do a prepared. We want to do an action.
No,
trick.
that's for ground combat only.
What were you thinking of doing?
We want them to get closer to us before we shoot. We don't want to use up one of our turns to move. What we should do, let's do a scan for weakness, and then let's swift task if we can, and modulate the shields, and they'll take a turn, get closer to us, and then we'll obliterate one of them in 1 or 2 shots, and we'll do the same thing.
We do have quick to action from Sarissa, assuming she's
No,
being
we don't.
called to the bridge.
We don't want to keep. We want them to get closer to us. If they're extreme range, they have to take an action to get to us. Either that, or they're just going to keep sitting out there and waiting for us to make a move, and then we just leave. We need them to come to us.
Yeah.
So we should modulate shields and do a prepare.
We definitely need to modulate shields. My only problem with Scan for Weakness is that the difficulty is really high because they're so far away.
Difficulty will be 4.
And the system was we do have quick 2 actions. Whether we use it the first turn or not is
Well,
it's an option.
I would give your determination to whoever's doing it then, because with that they're scale 3. We can obliterate one of them in one shot if we do this right. It's worth spending your giving somebody a
Yeah,
turn.
yeah.
So
let's get the modulate shield out of the way first for sure. That way, if they get a hit on us, because we're only going to be able to blow away one of them, really.
Yeah. Guess you'll see.
Well, that's what I mean. I'm theory crafting to the crew. It's like it's because the only way we would destroy one of them in one turn without them shooting at us is if we shot and shot again, and we'd have to disable them in one go.
It's feasible to do enough damage with a single shot to take out one of them. I've taken out 3
At
of
that
them
scale, yeah.
I have taken out 3 of them with a single shot at one point. That was very lucky that they came in their classic close formation right next to the Tereshkova. That was really bad planning of them. Then again, they weren't expecting combat, so.
Mm-hmm.
I also did double check. You can prepare a minor. You can prepare with a minor action to set up a task.
And modulate shields is a security task.
then I should modulate, and we'll prepare a minor do the prepare minor action, and then they'll jump towards us, and Sarissa can do scan for weakness and then shoot.
I have a science 1.
Have multiple people go. I mean, it's a risk, but they're going to be closer to us, so the difficulty is going to be much lower.
The problem with prepare is that it only prepares like a single or ready. It only it readies a single task, and that's it.
Yep.
In response to them going, and then they get to continue what they were doing.
Yep.
It's great for fighting one target, but 2 targets, it's like if this might not be the best use of our turns. Is my worry.
I just modulate the shields and go from there. It's that, or just move the ship closer. Take the turn to shoot them. Swift task shoot again.
So, are you doing modulate shields first, or?
Yeah, we need to modulate the shields first.
Yeah, no matter what we're doing.
That is a security roll. That is going to be control plus security system by the ship's structure plus security difficulty of 2. You must be within the security department to perform that task, or is an override. If you do the override, it is an increased difficulty. Your
Yeah,
ship
I'll
doesn't have
I'll
a-
trust.
You don't have a second security console. The only way you get that is with a security score of 4 or higher. So
I wasn't even gonna ask for that.
What's the difficulty again?
it's difficulty of base 2. If you are not in the security tactical role or at the tactical station, it is a increased difficulty of 1, so difficulty of 3. Control security system by the ship's structure plus engineering to modulate shields.
I can do this so you can shoot, because you can't do this and shoot.
Okay.
So diff 3 control plus security for the override at the station on the bridge.
Can I spend a determination on Bajorans never bow, since I'm not going to give in to these guys? I'm going to fight them.
Sure.
Determination back, but we succeeded. We need
Oops, the ship.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Structure engineering.
Yeah, I was about to click on my own on my sheet by accident. I was like, nope, That wouldn't have been helpful.
A momentum is gained, you get 1 additional resistance. So far, unless you wish to spend a momentum to increase that further.
I say so. I mean, if we're going to modulate, we might as well modulate, right?
So your resistance goes up
Yeah.
to a total of 7.
Can we threat spend to get that to 10? I don't want to threat spend, even if you said
Then they
yes,
can
because
just
that
spend
put
the
it.
pierce. Yeah.
Yeah. So it'd be pointless. So keep for free, because I don't know if there's anything swift we'd want you to do that would give from engineering.
No, we don't want to. I don't think we want to keep. We want them to go.
Yeah, might as well let them go unless you've got
Them to
something
come
you
to
want to do.
us. Because we don't have a good helm officer. I mean, we have people with decent con, but we don't have anybody with all the talents and all that. So there's no reason in us wasting turns moving.
Well, we could do an evasive action. That way we're harder to hit on top of everything else.
I mean, yeah, at some point there's a bunch of options. It's up to you. You should just say we're going to do something.
Whoops. Oh, friggin'
No, I think he asked. He welcomed you all to the bridge.
Yep. If you're helping defend the ship, then it's like you can.
I'd say either we pass or we do evasive, but that's your call.
Let's get Talok to do evasive because they have talent in that direction. That's why I was checking. I wasn't sure if we had someone who had anything.
Whose turn is he using?
It's gonna be using somebody's turn.
I'll use the captain's.
For what now?
Getting Talok to do their glancing impact.
Oh, I have that too.
Oh, you have it as well, so you could use
Yes.
it. Well,
It's
I
either-
kind of want to use you for scanning for weakness once they get into us.
Yeah,
Is what I'm thinking.
You have options when it comes to vocal.
Also,
Oh, yeah.
the doctor could use his turn for the pilot as well.
Oh, that's true.
Given
Doctor
medical-
is AFK currently.
Oh,
Yeah.
I say medical personnel don't have much to do, so
You could use Salah's term. I mean, technically, he's not the executive officer on this version of the Tenshi. I doubt
Well, if you
that
want-
and try that much.
If you want, you know.
It's going to be has a power requirement of 1.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, modular shields use 1 power, so you're gonna be down. You got 9 power currently.
So we should be dropping down to 8 total.
And it's going to be a daring plus con, difficulty of 1, assisted by the ship's structure plus con. It's a power requirement 1 to do evasive action.
Do you want to roll Talok there, Solon?
Yeah, let me grab his character sheet real quick.
Sure. I should probably grab the ship while I'm thinking about it. I had the ship. Where'd it go? There it is.
All right, it's what in con? Daring con?
Daring con, difficulty of 1.
Helm ops is the focus.
Sure. Structure con.
Oops, structure on. Same score, 10.
1 momentum gained. It now passes to them. Going to spend the motum gain to keep. And currently you're at 9 resistance with glancing impacts. At difficulty of 3. Oof.
Yeah.
Well, 2 gain to squash. Spending 1 to reroll 5. Let's see here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. It's total of 9 damage, which is nothing, but there is currently 8 piercing. So 8 total damage to your shields. And that is a breach to your sensors. And the turn will pass back to you guys.
I did think of something. We don't need to have this fight. We can just run away.
And then they can catch up to us again.
Not we spend more power than they do.
Yeah.
We can hold more power than our maximum power. So if we bank some power, we can go to warp and just spend all but one of our power and we'll outrun them.
Will they be able to follow us to the Guardian, though? Do we really want the Dominion knowing where that is?
At this point, we've already started one plan. We might as well.
The other option is to fight 2 ships that are going to give us breaches every single time they shoot us.
Yeah, because they have
might not
piercing.
have
That's
it.
the problem with Dominion ships.
You may not have a
Hit
ship.
both of them.
If they hit us, if they get lucky and they hit us in the engines, this is going to go really bad for us.
This is what, a diff 4 shot?
Yeah, but he might move closer, keep, fire again.
No, I'm
It's
saying
diff 5 because you're currently under invasive.
diff 5? I have determination still.
You might have one right next to you.
Yeah. He's easier to hit.
Yeah, then we'd want to hit him.
I'm saying I could hit him, swift task hit the other one.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Why do the easier one first if swift tasking then makes it harder to make that a diff 6 shot on the other guy?
Actually, here's a key question that helps. GM, do these guys have boss rules or do they just have NPC ship rules?
We haven't met any named NPCs on their ships.
They currently have. I'm using NPC.
Okay, so
But here's a point in. Sorry.
It's for to actually destroy a vessel. 3 to
disable. So it doesn't matter where we hit, as long as we do enough breaches that we disable them, then they don't become a threat anymore. See, the problem I have with running away, I like that idea because you're right. I'm just worried that we'd just be putting off the fight for later, and we'd be having the fight over the Guardian of Tomorrow. Ugh, Guardian of Forever. Keep calling it the wrong thing.
And we've already started a different plan to fight them.
Yeah. So what do we think of scan for weakness, keep, shoot, and then swift task shoot this target?
I would
Right.
start with this one.
I
We
would
start with that one.
I think you're risking too much by trying to shoot that one far out and then coming back and shooting this one. I would, because it's going to take you 2 shots if you're using phasers to destroy him. You can only do a maximum of 2 breaches with phasers. Unless you get so much damage that you can do devastating attack, but you're kind of banking on the dice you're going away. I would shoot the one closer. That way, if you need to shoot it again, you can shoot it again and guarantee that it goes away.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I agree with Lauren on that.
Hey, let's go.
So you're just gonna shoot it?
Yes, I was going to say I could minor spread on one and can definitely get more than 2 breaches on it then.
So you can do spread. It is going to be a control plus security assisted by these ships with weapons plus security difficulty of 3 to shoot the one that's in medium range.
You need to use your determination because you need momentum.
Yeah. Control, security. Well, you generally don't take prisoners when it comes to the Dominion, so one cannot always
No.
afford kindness.
You don't want scan for weakness because
I suppose the resistance
We
would
need-
be that high.
we need his second turn to do 2 shots. Unless he has to do a lot of damage for
We've
us
got
to.
quick to action, so we can have 2 player characters go in a row with no cost.
Because the first one would be scanned, and then one of the shots would be a diff 1, but that shot means that I can give my determination to the second shot to make sure that second shot hits.
Yeah.
Is my thinking. Because that way we guarantee this first shot is guaranteed to blow this to go through his armor and do as much possible damage, and then I suppose then again the resistance is low, so that's why I'm hanging on, because at most they have a blade of armor, which that puts their total to like 5 resistance. So they're not the most robust things to be worried about. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, you could do a scan for weakness and then fire torpedoes. That would guarantee.
Ooh,
they
that's
were
a thought.
destroyed.
Yeah.
And you would want, let's have Vogel do a scan for weakness, and then Vogel can fire the torpedoes, and then we have Sarissa to do the sniping shots at long range.
So
Okay.
that one's an extreme. Just FYI.
Yeah.
Is that the one you're
Well-
gonna scan for weakness for?
No,
No.
or scan for weakness at the close one.
That's going to be a control science, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yep. Control science
difficult-
diff 1.
Diff 2
Diff
because
2.
they're at medium.
Assisted by the ship's sensors plus security.
Yes. Yep.
Spend a minor to turn off the impact.
Yeah, I planned on. So yeah, I'm gonna restore the sensors.
Okay.
I'm gonna spend the momentum to get the extra dice.
Y'all. Oops. I have the wrong tool. There we go. No.
Oh, we're not actually going to want Vogel to shoot the torpedoes because that'd be difficulty 5 for them.
Yeah.
So scan for weakness, and then we'll keep for Sarissa.
I like Vogel, but I don't think they're amazing at shooting torpedoes.
Nope, definitely not.
Yeah, it's just that it's on a swift task and not at optimal range.
So it is diff
While
2.
we're
torpedo
evasive.
football. Yep. Here we go. We don't have do we have advanced sensors? Does that lower the rate, the diff?
No, you have high resolution.
Oh, that's for.
Oh, we have
that's
advanced and high res.
We have advanced
I
and
thought
high
we
res.
So diff 1 then.
However,
forward-
I'll point out that the rule says that if the sensors have been breached at all, that power shuts off.
Does it?
Yep, it does.
That's the downside of it. If you get breach in sensors at all, it shuts off.
Well, then we don't have it.
Yeah.
3 momentum. Three momentum.
I learned that the other day, actually, when I looked it up. I was like, oh, that's interesting. That's not good to know.
Interestingly specific, yeah.
Yeah, so now we need Sarissa to go, and you need to buy maximum dice.
Yep.
Or
so-
you could probably just buy 4 the dice up with momentum.
So wait, what? He's a diff 3 shot because of the scan for weakness.
No, doesn't lower the
For
difficulty.
range. Yeah, for the range.
It doesn't lower the difficulty.
It's
Right.
diff 2.
So no. So what are you doing? Are you doing phasers or are you doing torpedoes?
Torpedoes would be a diff 4 shot, right?
It'd be diff 3. They're only at,
Diff
We're
4.
evasive.
yeah, it would be
No,
with
it'd be diff
evasive
5.
it'd be diff 5.
It'd be diff 5. And the reason why it's different, it's base. It's actually base 3 goes up by 1
Yeah, so
because
that'd be a
closer.
diff 5.
Plus
I probably just want to hit them with
evasive.
phasers.
What's the final plus?
The final plus is because so It's base 3 for photon
Yeah.
torpedoes. It's +1 for because it's closer, and it's another plus because you're currently invasive.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So I'm just gonna do phasers.
If you do phasers, you need to do spread and hope
Yes.
you get enough damage.
And I have the minor to do spread, so
Yeah, for
So,
that you need
So your attack will give you a piercing 2 quality, and then any bonus d20s give you an additional
Yep.
challenge dice damage per.
so
It's
That's-
difficulty of 3, assisted by the ship's weapons plus security.
I'd say an extra +1 power into the shot just to add that extra bit of oomph into the hit.
okay. And we'll get 2 dice, but I need to spend 1 threat and 2 momentum to do that.
Okay. Yep.
Because I am bold and
Do you want determination or are you good?
I have mine at the moment. We'll see.
Yep.
Okay.
Control security. Yep.
Weapons security. Weapons security.
Yeet.
Do 3 momentum gained. So, real quick on the actual shot, you're going to add, because you're spending extra power, so you're adding 1 more die, plus you bought 2 more dice, so you're adding 3 total dice to the roll.
So phaser 5.
Wait, no. It should
On
be
the-
0 and then.
Oh, it was already at 2 for some reason. Okay.
It'd be a 3.
Okay. It was already at 2, so I was just adding to it. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
This will cost
Weird.
2 power.
Yep. I took the power down already.
I was like, it's already. Oh, okay, nice. Ooh. That's 4 piercing, at least.
Do you re-rolling any of those zeros before I start calculating?
In the hopes of popping their shield as well.
Oh, yeah, we probably should. That is 4. Yeah, 4. There we go.
Okay. All the.
Yeah, I don't think I needed that much, but hey.
Count 10.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I count 10.
And actually, that's good for spread every effect. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if we need to, I've still got a versatile, so I've got a backup plan.
First hit does not take down the shields, but it is enough for a breach. Time to calculate spread, so it is 10 halved plus 1 after every hit. So total of 9 minus 3, so 6. That is currently enough to disable the ship. That is 2 additional breaches.
Yeah, I didn't even need to spend the versatiles on that. I don't know what I could spend them on.
Well, if you wanted to, you could spend
Devastating
those-
attack.
You can spend on devastating attack, and that will destroy it.
Oh wait, I can use it to swift toss.
Or that.
Yeah, you did. You can.
So
You actually get versatile from the
oh,
Phasers.
phasers.
And that can be used for anything. Combat related.
yeah.
Oh, but
The spread also
Doesn't
gets
it-
versatile too.
yeah. So I would you destroy them and then use the other for swift task. So do a devastating with one, and then for the second one do.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that works. Devastating swift task. Brilliant. Okay.
You swift ask, what are you doing now?
Okay. Don't we have momentum? I made 3, didn't I?
You got 3 momentum off the roll. You spent 1, so you read 2.
2.
Oops.
I was sitting there going, wait. I swear I made some blue.
So what are you doing?
Okay, we'll fire phasers at this fellow as well, which will be a diff. What shot? 6? 5?
So you're currently evading, so base would be 2 plus evasion, so 3 plus for the swift attack base 4, and then range 1 for long, so and then 1 for extreme, so it's an additional 2.
Okay, diff 6. Got it.
If-
If you shoot torpedoes, it's 5.
yes. it would
Oh,
be
okay. I guess I'll fire torpedoes and make that slightly easier on my life.
Wait, why is it 5? Because you lose 1.
Range.
1 for
Yeah,
no, it's
but it
actually
goes
still
up
same.
because
it starts
it's
at
base of
3.
3.
No, it starts at 3.
It's
Yeah, you're right.
It's the same difficulty, so it'd be 6.
Yeah, I'll do.
Is it?
Phasers are my safer bet. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
because
extreme that long.
you're
So-
losing 1 and gaining 1.
Yeah, if they were that just long, then it would be easier. No, it'll be the same still because
Because you still have evasion and swift task, so it's
Yep.
still 3.
Anyway,
so it's still 6.
yeah, we'll go with the phaser array.
Wouldn't it still
Div
be
6. It's base 3 because they're long. Even though their extreme range goes up to 4. Evasion 5.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I was
Swift
thinking
has
longer
6.
too.
So
Yeah, I keep forgetting torpedoes are base 3.
we'll put a determination out to one cannot always afford kindness.
I also get threat when you use the torpedoes.
I'm not using the torpedoes. I'm going to use the phasers.
Is this
Is
spread?
that- Yes, I'll need to buy a miner though.
Pump 2 power into it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
So yeah, you'll still get the threat because I need to buy a miner. And we'll use my determination to the value of one cannot always afford kindness. I am killing these people. That's not very kind.
Yeah, you remember how the war was? Like, no, let's not.
Yep.
Can't mess around here.
Two momentum for the third. Let me. Ooh. Wait a second here. Do I have the thing? Do I have the thing? I do not have the thing. Okay, never mind. Ooh. Starcross.
Aha.
Before attempting a task and applying a focus, I may choose to double my focus range. Focus range of 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, so put a focus range of 10 on that, spend another 3 threat to get to technically 5 die, but 4 because I'm using determination on it. Yeah. Okay, so that last one is a crit, or the second to last one's a crit. I got one,
How much threat did you give me?
4 in total. So 1 for minor to spread, and then 3 for dice.
Okay, and you spent your determination on what value?
1 cannot always afford kindness.
I think that's 9.
Okay.
Let me put 2
That's
power, and I can
7.
reroll 1 still.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I was counting the ship. Sorry. No,
so
now it
it's
is.
8.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 8 hits.
2, 4.
Are we counting your
6,
determination, right?
9.
2,
Yeah.
4,
Oh, I haven't
6,
counted my
8,
determination.
9.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got 9 yourself with your expended range.
Yeah, I got 9 myself. That's 10 hits.
So 11 total, 12, 6, so 6 momentum. Alright, 2, 4.
This was a difficult shot. I did use a lot of resources. Okay, we put 2 power into the shot, so that's 2 challenge dice.
Okay, 9, 10. Sorry. 4 momentum gain. You're adding 2, so that's 2 challenge dice. 2 for
Okay.
phaser shot. You're adding 2 additional power, so a total 3 power being spent.
Yep. That's 4.
That's-
Again, 4 that I've missed.
Then reroll those.
Okay, so currently that is only going to do 3 damage.
Mhm.
Shield.
Let's reroll the 4 and then figure from there.
Yeah.
I almost did a task roll instead because I was hovering over the wrong button. Okay, nice effects, yeah. Which is good for spread.
That's a breach. It's 1 breach.
Put versatile from the initial shot into piercing.
Both?
I think they've only got a 3 resistance, but that would remove all of it.
Yeah, do both.
Okay,
Well,
so that's
oh.
only enough to. That's their shields are still not down, so it's enough to drop them down fairly low.
And spread.
And then I gotta calculate speed.
And then with
half.
this. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so it's currently 4 for half.
Half plus all effects.
Ugh, the actual spread is more.
Is the spread more damaging than the initial shot?
Spread's pretty
it's
good if
10.
you get a lot of effects.
That's 10. That's enough to do 2 breaches. So that disables them. You have the. Oh no! Hold on. Yes.
This spread's versatile on devastating attack.
I was going to think you could make the advantage they didn't send a signal. They're destroyed fast enough. They didn't send a signal out to say, "Hi, this happened."
That's currently disabled. Unless you spend the last 2 versatile on something.
Yeah, we might have to devastate them. Yeah.
Yeah, do the devastating, and then if you really want to do that, spend 2 of the momentum we have to create that advantage.
That's what I would do.
And it's destroyed.
Devastate, and does that sound like an applicable advantage, GM? That they didn't get to send out a "oh, we lost" signal.
They're pretty far away from home. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we don't know how many other people broke through the line. It's kind of a.
Don't talk yourself out of momentum. The GM's giving it to you for free.
Like literally, they're literally
that's fair.
doing guerrilla war tactics right now, and they are far from home.
I am here
So-
after that. Whoops, not tilted. Here.
Hashtag tilted.
Just to rotate my token without meaning to. Like, oh, no.
Okay, we are out of combat. There is some damage to your sensor array, though it is minor. Engineering teams report that they could probably get it repaired en route. How much time do we have left? Okay, we're gonna speed the plot. Next scene.
We're down to 2.
You arrive in orbit around the planet where the Guardian of Forever is currently at.
We've been spending a lot of time in the transporter room, but I guess this is the last time, hopefully.
So
Over the couch like this.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Lenara, you have the bridge.
I assume, Captain, it'll be you and the away team.
That's my intention, unless you wanted to come down as well, Lieutenant.
No, if you're going down, I wouldn't trust anybody but myself with the transporter.
All right. Once we're down, you can return to the bridge and take command from the lieutenant, since you're the
Understood.
senior lieutenant.
Understood.
While we're down there, stay at Yo alert. Once we're down, and keep an eye out for Jemadar. Probably not going to get jumped again, but they, as we've all learned, they like to surprise us.
Yeah.
More like that.
So I need a opposed roll here, and I'm going to message people.
How dare you?
Oh. It's pretty mark that I use my determination. That'd be a smart. It's been quite a few games since I've used determination.
I would like to burn my faith in those around me, since no one trusts me, so I have to do this myself.
Well, more like you're giving it to us a subordinate to do. You're like, no, I'm doing it.
Is that fine, GM?
You already spent your determination.
Oh,
Value.
no, yeah, that's why I said I want to burn my faiths in those around me.
To gain a determination.
Yeah, I'm trying to do
Okay,
this
yeah.
myself. Yeah. I'm not gonna spend it. I'm just gonna bank it in case I need to reroll, and I'm gonna give you 6 threat.
Oh, because opposed roll, yeah, you really don't want this to go sideways. Okay. Presence command.
Insight commander, Captain.
Oh, I don't see an applicable focus, so that's a no. I'm going to spend 2 momentum and buy the rest with threat. Up to 5. Sorry, my brain was thinking that you were beaming. There was a hard beam roll. I was like, wait, what?
Oh, it is. That's the problem. All right, I will use my determination to reroll 2 dice.
What value?
Oh, Bajorans never bow, even though at every turn,
I'll take that.
every
I'll
okay.
take that.
Okay.
Captain, do you wish the roll to stand?
I'm going to spend my determination to the talented must arise to meet chaos, since apparently I'm being betrayed.
Sure.
Rerolling 2 as well.
I don't even know how I want to win this.
I'll accept the complication.
So will I.
I have no idea what's going on right now.
Neither do I. It's great.
Solon, give me insight command. Just roll 1 dice.
Oh no.
It's so nice being this rank of lieutenant.
I know.
I'm a lieutenant too.
Yeah, but we're not treasonous lieutenants. Just assuming what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
No, it doesn't classify as treason. I think it would count as
That's mutiny.
and murder in the 1st degree.
God.
Mutiny on a own. Yeah, that's still treason.
No, treason is against the state, not against a person.
The ship is part of the
Anyway,
state. so-
anyway, for the love of God, for all that is good and patient in the world.
It's both, eventually.
So long, that one.
Oh.
Captain, I suggest we clear the pad. I believe the lieutenant is about to interfere.
I will pull my phaser and try to shoot the captain.
Salon is going to
Okay,
jump
all right.
over the captain to
Hold on,
protect his
hold on.
captain.
Okay, real quick.
Say.
Real quick.
The whole point here is to get y'all where y'all don't have to work with him. Y'all can just do whatever y'all want. Y'all are fighting me so hard.
All right. Okay. So, Lauren, currently you are a combatant, so you'll be spending from the threat pool.
Oops, that's gone now.
So, you're acting, wanting to act first. I will spend 2 threat for you to act first. Roll control plus security, difficulty of 2.
Minor to charge for vicious.
Especially
you're
since I have a shield generator
drawing-
on.
You're drawing your phaser, so you have to spend for an extra minor.
And I get to spend from threat?
Yes, so
Oh, I'm about to spend everything you got. One
aware.
minor to one minor to charge for vicious or intense. He doesn't have momentum.
I can spend threat though.
You can spend threats. So.
Okay. Yeah, but I bet you don't have a high fitness. So we're gonna charge for vicious and oh, because I'm from this time, is his personal force field gonna activate when I shoot him? Like it's gonna protect him?
Yes.
Standard issue. Yeah.
Standard issue.
Okay, then no, then I will charge for piercing.
Yeah, that makes more sense, honestly.
And then I'll use another minor to aim, and I'll buy 3 dice.
That is a hit. Threat back.
That should negate the shield and do 5 damage.
Actually, it's 4. Double check.
Yeah, but that's 4 piercing.
Shield's still there, if you're wondering. Because I imagine it has the same rules as personal shields. 2 threat to stay standing.
I won't go up. I guess it's 4. I thought it was 5 for some reason. Okay. 2 threat, you stay standing.
Can I just spend 9 threat on damage? Because it's repeatable?
No, I'm going to say no because you were spending for 9. So
Okay.
I'm going to control the spins a little bit here.
Then I will swift task to fire again, and I will charge for piercing. Oh wait,
That's
hold on a
extra
second.
minor.
Hold on a second. Before that, I'll spend 2. Oh, the secondary target won't let you shoot the same person.
No, it's a different person at half damage.
So if you want to wipe out the rest of the away team,
Just stun the one who could take you out immediately.
I'm about to with how much they're fighting me on this. You'd think
just
that
area attack the whole pad.
So knows that you're vaguely aware. Sarissa's got no clue what's going on. She's like,
oh, I told you when we were down on the planet what we were gonna do. Yeah, we're all
Murder the captain.
you kind of, you've been playing both sides in front of her, though. So,
What are you doing?
Shooting, I presume.
So you're swift tasking still?
Yeah, I'm still swift tasking. And oh, you know what? No, I'm not gonna charge because I can buy piercing. Are you gonna stop me from buying piercing with threat?
I'll just put it this way. It's, I'm going to limit your spends. So.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I'd kind
I'll
of like to know
let you-
how.
I'll let you spend 1 for piercing.
All right, then I'll charge for I'll charge that for vicious, and I'll swift task.
Okay, so you're charging for vicious.
And then I'll spend 1 more minor for aim, and I'll roll 4 dice.
Diff 3 shot? Yeah,
It is diff 3.
on the button.
It does hit.
use the name last time.
Roll damage.
And I'm gonna use 1 for piercing.
2, 4, 6, 7. 1 for Pierce.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You say?
That's 5 on the button.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh.
You go down, Captain. I don't know where your stress is at.
Actually, challenging the value a captain is mighty by virtue of a ship's crew, since that seems to be not true anymore.
I'll accept that.
And spending toward the value, the teeth. Oh, actually, I don't have to spend it toward anything because it's the stay up.
Oh,
Did you get veteran the first time you spent determination?
Nope.
No, that's why I have to buy it back again.
No, you gave one to Sarissa,
They
didn't
didn't.
you?
They didn't.
No.
They considered
Oh,
it. I-
okay.
Roll veteran again, Captain.
Oh yeah, I could keep it. That's true. Hey.
now you can give me a determination.
Yeah.
Also, Captain, roll another challenge dice for shield.
Oh, that's true. Shield. Shield pops.
Shield pops.
So I have no resistance anymore.
Alright, Captain, I'm assuming the turn falls to you.
Athaden instinctively says, Sarissa, restrain her now. Directing you.
Follow the orders.
Order.
Heck.
You run up to Laren and punch her.
Oh, that's right. I don't even have a phaser.
No, you guys have them since you're helping defend the ship.
Yeah, the captain armed a shooter.
Or puncher. I don't know which one's better for you. So that's why I said restraining. Like I don't know what you're gonna do.
Both the exact
Maybe
same.
you have batleth in your experience in your past. I don't know.
No, I've got martial artist. Oh, mean right hook.
So do I, but I only have so much stress. God, you burn through so much of it.
Also,
Yeah, no, that's gonna be a. I know.
Sarissa also forgot close protection.
That goes into effect if I spend momentum after I have made an attack.
They have to try.
I have
That's
to
okay.
have been my turn first. Yeah. So after I made a successful attack, I can use close protection.
Yeah.
It's not even a successful action. I need to have attacked first.
Okay, what are you doing?
So yeah.
Because we have mutiny on our hands. So
No, yeah, it makes sense to what she said she'd do for the captain. So I'm gonna restrain.
okay, pose daring security between the two of you.
There is the fact of I don't know whose side you have been on both sides in front of her.
I think it's pretty obvious once I shot him whose side I'm on.
Not necessarily.
Oh, no, this was a secret planned time to shoot him in the chest.
Daring security. Okay, I'll give you a threat.
I will give you 6 threat.
Oh. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay.
So my question is, are you gonna give me 6 threats, Sarissa, and roll max as well? Because I had to spend the 6.
I will 3. I'll only go for 3.
To limit the pool, yeah.
Yeah, and I will have faith in my abilities.
One momentum was generated. Roll unarmed strike damage. Which would be a total of 6 dice. 2,
Oh.
4, 6, 8, 10, 11 damage.
Did I just punch a
do-
force field?
Doesn't the force field just give you the flat number?
Yes, it does.
It's not cover.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cover has the
So-
random effect.
It stays up. So yeah,
Did I just punch a force field?
yeah, it's game mechanics. So, 2, 4, 6.
Furs on end from electricity.
As you get buzzed on the way in, it's like, holy hell, ow.
Like, oh, I didn't consider that.
That's 7. Yeah, 7 stress to you.
I'll spend 2 to stay up.
All right.
Oh,
No
I
one's
directed.
on my side, so I'm gonna have to I'm gonna die here because I'm gonna have to weather like 30 different attacks.
That didn't help anyway.
Do you wish to swift task, Captain?
Enemy side, don't. There's only one enemy combatant, and they've already acted, so I'll let it come back to us, or to me anyway, or to my allies. Hopefully, these people aren't out to shoot me.
I mean, that's a good question for everyone else on the pad.
Yeah, I guess it's not 100% certain whose side everyone is on. Although I think we know about Circe and Salon.
Okay, so passes to
It
Solon,
can't be me.
the doctor, Vogel, or Sarissa again.
The doctor can try to treat the captain.
Is the XO? I can command Sarissa to attack and give her my turn, right?
Technically could, yes. The orders were to captain's, as long as it doesn't directly contradict the captain's orders.
Then Salon will tell Sarissa, carry out the captain's orders.
Pose daring security.
That's
That's right. Yeah, pose daring security, Solon, then roll presence command.
Oh, I'm being directed again?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh. Okay. Have a threat.
You could technically grapple her.
I'm trying to grapple her.
Okay.
That's what I was. I thought I said I was going to go restrain her.
well. The thing is, grapple just keeps her from moving around.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Rather than knock
You
her
could-
senseless, trying to just.
Then you
hold
don't
her.
need to attack me again. You've already grappled me.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I don't. I'm just holding you. Yeah.
Roll for that,
You just have to declare it. It doesn't make it any more difficult.
Yeah. I'm just. I thought I did.
When it comes back to my turn again, I can try to break away, but that's
It's
we'll
a
we
fitness
transition
security.
out of combat.
Yeah, it's fitness security. So yeah, you grapple and you pin. Technically, don't worry about the roll just yet. So, you are pinned to the ground, Lieutenant Lauren, as Sarissa is restraining your arm. At this point, Commander Solon, what are your orders? Because currently, Lieutenant Lauren is restrained.
Yeah, think about this for a second. Out of curiosity, on my turn, can I move to the transporter and activate it, or is that two separate actions?
You would have to spend your minor action to get to the controls, and then another minor to get back to the transporter pad in time.
Or you could try to beam everyone and just take an increased difficulty because you're beaming not on a pad. Because you beam yourself from where you're standing.
Yeah, it would be an increased difficulty.
All right, what's the difficulty if I just transport myself from the control to the Guardian?
Base 2, you're in the transporter room, so it goes down to 1. Not from a pad to not to a pad, so it's 3. So it'd be difficulty up to control engineering assisted by the ship's sensors plus engineering.
mean, you should do it, but that just means that the captain got shot and I got wrestled for no reason.
It's one way to do it. It is one way to do it.
Is that what you're doing?
Is that what you're doing? Yeah, I'm gonna move to the transporter pad and transport myself down to the Guardian.
Okay.
Whoops, wrong thing. Duh plus duh is duh. Okay.
So difficulty 2, control plus engineering, assisted by these ships, sensors plus engineering.
And just in case, I'm gonna spend that momentum.
Whoops, sorry, I jumped the gun there.
You succeed, but there is a complication.
I don't have any way to squash it, so I guess I'm gonna eat that one.
Do you have your determination?
Nah, I spent it.
Do you want to burn a value to get one?
I don't think I have one that would burn for that. Because I took an impromptu action. I'm trying not to fail. The unknown doesn't apply, and this is duty to ship.
All right. So when you beam down, for if the complication is standing, yeah, I don't think there's a value.
I broke the transporter.
No,
Well, that helps you though.
that actually helps you. When you beam down, you actually beam a little bit slightly. Got the coordinates wrong in your haste, and you beam a little further away than you intended to from the Guardian. It's Vogel and Sarissa's go, and you just saw Solon beam away, and the doctor.
Can I, since Riz is on top of me, can I just say, you've already screwed this up. If you beam now, you might be able to beat him down there.
Oh, I don't want to beat the commander down there. What?
No, beat the captain down there.
Well, I mean, in my mind, now that the commander and the doctor are down there, and no, the doctor, not the commander's down there. And there happens to be this transporter
Or
pad.
destroy the console.
Just accidentally, air quotes, while restraining the engineer who is clearly struggling, break the console.
I wouldn't actually struggle if you're going to destroy it.
You're struggling.
That's what I just said. I'm not going to struggle to keep you from getting an increased difficulty. You can just do it.
I was air quoting in the sense of it looks convincing, but yeah, breaking the console.
Oh no!
Well, trying to make it look like an accident.
I'm gonna get spaced. I don't think anything's gonna stop that.
No, this is just on me getting spaced.
Oh, I think that's certain too.
Oh. Either way, what would that be, GM?
That's going to be a control plus security difficulty of 3.
Can I assist?
She's still technically restraining you.
Athletics?
No.
It was worth a shot. Hand-to-hand combat also doesn't apply, does it?
No.
You're probably doing this with your prehensile tail.
That's not even a focus, that's a talent.
I know,
but I do have an extra limb free to be able to do this, if that helps the difficulty of the wall. Okay. It was actually genuinely worth asking in that case.
Yeah.
Oh, bold security. Diff 3? I'll do 3 for that. Yeah. Yep. 3 threat, I mean. Got a reroll on bold. Yep.
2 momentum gain, and you smashed the console.
Can I have an advantage if it looks like a accident while restraining the lieutenant?
No, because it's pretty, apparent.
Okay.
I can see you.
Well, I was hoping it'd be like shit! I fell extra hard into it.
There's a security guard standing right next to us that's watching all of this.
Yeah, that's also fair.
It didn't react just yet. So,
yep.
And all this happened really quick.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It was worth asking either way.
Okay. Vogel, doctor.
Can I attend to the captain?
Because I do have a non-lethal injury I'm holding on to right now.
That's right.
It wasn't a lethal injury, so
That's true.
Uh, yeah, you can go up and double and check him over. So, but
Okay.
These plans and double plans.
So what would it be?
reason plus medicine difficulty of 1
To treat or to figure out what's going on?
to look him over to see, you know.
How in danger am I?
Yeah.
Okay. Would emergency medicine apply?
You're not really performing any emergency medicine per se.
Mm-hmm.
More like first aid.
Well, that's what usually emergency medicine is.
Well, yeah, there's that.
I'll take imaging systems that increase complication.
A very tiny imaging system, a tricorder.
Okay, and I'll take a momentum. Imaging systems would count? Okay.
Yes.
Eggy.
Do you wish to reroll into a complication? I mean, reroll into a success.
Yes. I get 1 reroll, right?
Is everyone dead yet?
Just about.
Nope.
Moot.
The captain has, luckily, the shield has absorbed most of the shots at him from Lieutenant Laren, but it does appear he does have a little bit of phaser burns on his chest. But he
Good deal.
will make a recovery, though.
Okay.
Some
Well, I'll do minor treatings then.
he just needs a dermal regenerator at some point to clear the scars, but he should be
Okay. Great.
Vogel, you're up.
All right. So what's the situation here?
Captain got shot. Solon just beamed down to the planet by himself, doing site to site. Sarissa restrained Lieutenant Laren, who shot the captain, and then proceeded to smash out the transporter console.
Laren did?
No, Sarissa
Sarissa.
broke the console after Salon beamed away.
I'm going to move in support of Sarissa because, crewmates and such. And I don't, unless there's any hostiles, I think I'll just do that.
So, okay. You just
draw a phaser or whatever, but
you have to spend a minor to move and a minor to draw your phaser.
There's a momentum on the table.
yeah, I think we'll do that.
And then you just kind of prepare in case someone makes a move on Sarissa.
Yes.
Now for the supporting characters that are in the room. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Ori. Why did you break the console? Lieutenant, why did you shoot the captain? What's going on here? He's panicking. That's his turn.
Panicking is fair.
I think panicking is a full action.
Yes, panicking is a full action.
It's not the first time we've had that from Vori either.
The poor crewman, jeez.
You can never catch a break.
Sai draws her weapon and moves to defend Captain and points it at Sarissa and Vogel. And we're back at the top.
2 others.
So unless we're out of combat, if anyone else wishes to continue the combat, we could be out of combat.
We do have Tyrol and Faisal.
They're pacified. Just put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I will just go slack and tell Sarissa we've already won. And just go slack. I'm not resisting.
Are we out? So we are out of combat?
We are out of combat, but keep in mind, we are in interval phases until Solon gets to the Guardian of Forever. So,
What was your plan exactly? He says, wincing. We were going to trust the Guardian to make a choice for the galaxy. It was going to be an open debate.
But I wanted Salon's choice. I'm not gonna risk another war devastating Bajor. I'm not gonna risk this getting out of hand and getting worse and infinite problems with time. You don't know what the Guardian wants any more than I know what the Guardian wants. So
Oh.
it doesn't matter. We've already won. You can fight it, but he's gonna beat you there.
two intervals down out of 10.
So we can stand here, standing off in rather awkward fashion. She's going to let go of Laren.
I will grab I will grab the Caitian's collar and say, "Don't let him get to the other transporter room if you want to save your timeline."
Tap my comm badge. Bridge. Be myself, the doctor, and my security protector down to the location. And note that the arrest of all other persons left in the room. Take them to brig.
So someone on the ship needs to be a supporting character. Then needs to make a control engineering difficulty of 3, assisted by the ship's
Can't be
sensors
smart
plus
person Vori.
engineer. Yeah, Vori.
Can't be Tyrell because he's here. So it's going to be Leith because I have no one else. Control engineering, transporter focus.
Yeah.
Diff.
Difficulty is 3.
Give you a threat for an extra die. That should do it, really. Plus the ship.
1 momentum generated.
Oh, I was scrolled up, that's why.
Dun, dun, dun. So, 4 intervals left.
Okay,
I will yell again at Sarissa, "You better run to that other transporter room or you're gonna lose."
yeah, no, I might have a way to get there. I know the Tenshi and our security protocols. I don't think you've had time to rewrite those plans for arresting people. So
I mean, the other transporter room is adjacent, so.
yeah, so I'm gonna do that.
I'm gonna follow her.
So the 3 of you go to the other transporter room, leaving
Yep.
people behind. That will take up 2 intervals unless you wish to
have it, because if you're not gonna shoot me or tackle me again, I can beam you down right to the thing and beat both of them there, or at least beat Salon there.
I think everybody's gonna probably end up arriving at the same time, so
Let's do that.
You get to the transporter pad, they rush to the pad. It's gonna be difficulty 2, control plus engineering, assisted by the ship's sensors plus engineering. Yeah, the ship is really good at transporting people. It's scary.
Oh no, actually, I'm gonna get on the
So is
pad
the
because
breach,
I'm gonna get
technically.
like arrested or executed, so I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
be down with them.
Yeah.
Okay, difficulty 3 then. So set up the time delay. This will cause an extra interval though, so you take up 3 intervals. Which I think, yeah,
Am I still spending threat?
no.
Okay.
You could also just not time delay and beam from not a pad to not a pad into a div 3 at the same time without the interval increase.
Oh, is that possible, GM? Can we game it that way?
The difficulty increase is 2, but it's going to increase the interval because of the delay.
That's
Or-
what it's saying. I could beam
Is-
myself from over here
It means
and not
increased
get the
difficulty.
time delay.
Yeah, either way, you're still going to all arrive at the same time.
Oh, well, if the time delay doesn't matter, then the time delay doesn't matter.
Yeah, fair enough.
There's no one left on the ship to do anything except for the doctor.
The doctor
Oh,
being
the
down.
doctor's down
Doctor's
there
not
as
here.
well.
Like everybody is going to be down.
Oh, I'm
so-
there. I'm there.
Because he got shot, he's like, "Well, I need help to stay conscious when I get down there."
Take 3 threat. Oh, that's entirely the wrong roll. I accidentally just shot Sarissa or something.
I mean, it's on
It's-
message for you.
it's-
You shot
But
the
my
pad, so it's
engineering,
fine.
my engineering is better, so I would get 1 crit and the rest are the same.
So diff 2, so that is for momentum gain.
Just, I owe you this one. Shoot Sarissa in the back.
Oh my god. Alright. Setting scene.
This is almost worse than Mirrorverse.
I actually think this is pretty funny, but
Oh, it's funny, but in the sense of turning on each other, at least the Mirrorverse is pretty clear cut.
I mean, to be fair, this was telegraphed about 3 hours ago.
Vogel's just here, doesn't know what's going on. Probably in the same boat as Arissa.
Captains that just floored, just unbelievable, just the unbelieving.
We're all trying to do what's best for our timelines, I think.
Yeah.
What that is, I have no idea.
We will find out.
Oh, no, I'm not doing what's best for my timeline. I'm doing what's best for your timeline.
It's gonna sound like you're doing what's best for a third timeline.
What was the captain trying to do?
He wants
Save
to
his-
save his, yeah.
He wants to save his. I did not want that. I wanted to save yours.
Which is why he's going to murder me on the transporter pad.
I was going to beam you into space, yes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to beam him into space.
Oh no, that wouldn't kill you. You've got the belt.
It wouldn't have killed him.
But
But Salon didn't want that to happen.
Okay. Captain, you beam down, and you're kind of the first to arrive. You're near where the Guardian is at. So let's say the blue thing is the Guardian. Solon, you are huffing it towards the Guardian. You see the Captain, the Doctor, and Sai beam down, and then a moment later, beams down slightly off. Is Vogel, Sarissa, and Lieutenant Laird.
Can I shoot the captain again?
for the love of God.
Keep in mind. So
Does the Guardian not like violence?
let's put it this way. Scene change, so everyone's stress is reset.
So I have my full stress pack back.
Yes.
And my shield generator.
I don't think your shield
And my
generator
determination.
comes back, does it?
End of scene.
Oh, I didn't know if that actually came back at the end of the scene. Nice.
Well, if it's part of my standard equipment, otherwise I'd have to spend to have it again.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
It's definitely not the music. There we go.
Stupid complication.
That's what I want. More fitting. Okay. So yeah, Mexican standoff time.
I think we can skip the standoff and just go to the shooting.
As you guys get standing there, you hear a loud booming voice. Time trespassers, temporal changers, what business do you have here?
And
Go-
Captain,
Guardian, we wish to correct the damage that's been done to the timeline. We need your help.
Yet all of you are not in agreement.
no, on behalf of this timeline, I wish it to be preserved. Improved if possible, but preserved nonetheless.
One of you has already drastically altered this time. This timeline is not to be. Should not exist.
What would the damage be if it did continue to exist?
Time will continue to flow as is. Consequences will be had.
You heard it, Captain. As much as you don't want to hear it, this timeline is not what was supposed to be. We can fix it. Here.
But this timeline could continue. Consequences may be had is the consequence of any action, of anything we do. We can't live in fear. We can't give up hope.
You live in fear right now, fear of the Dominion coming down.
I see victory on the horizon.
That is what every soldier says.
That's what any loyal officer says when faced with an enemy. You were just the same in your time, I would imagine.
And then the war ended.
Guardian. Oh, wow, this hurts. Is it possible for us to be transported to the Venture from here? And leave the consequence and choice to those who will inherit this future. To the captain of the Venture.
I can create gateways into the past for you to see, experience.
Please show us the Venture. Guardian.
Your intentions are to save the one that you love. That is what you truly desire in your heart.
What I desire and what my duty are separate. I'm not greedy enough to wish back that what I lost. Only to do my duty as a Starfleet officer.
And yet if things return to the way they're supposed to be, you can have both.
Starfleet officer is not out for selfish gains. To do that is to betray the trust they gave in us when they gave us these uniforms.
It is not
I want a
selfish.
lot of people back. I want a lot of people not to be hurt. But that's not my job. My job is to defend this Federation. And that's what I have to try to do. No matter... He starts tearing up a bit. No matter what I want. no matter how badly I want it.
Captain, this Federation was hurt and damaged to the state it is now by a mistake that was made by someone here, apparently. We can fix that now. That would be our duty.
You have your duty, and I have mine. If this captain looks forward from what we've told her, it's her ship, her call. If she decides your way, then that's the decision of history, and I have to live with that. But I have to try. As much as you have to try.
As much as I want to disagree is reasonable.
Doctor, if you can give me some pain medication, that'd be great right about now.
I will open the portals to the times and where it can be repaired. I leave the choice in your hands. And you see at the center of the essentially arch, a vortex appears, and then images of the past begin to form and slowly changing to different ones.
I guess if I see a TOS Arrow style ship, I'll go through the portal.
You see many of those as you're looking through the portal, and then you see one of Bejor, and then it repeats. So you see a TOS era, one of Bejor.
Yep, I'll go in at the TOS ship.
I say, knowing what she looks like, as soon as Salon sees Captain Avery, he'll step to it.
So in order to get through to the correct time that you're wanting to go to is going to be a fitness plus con difficulty of 2 for those who are running through the portal.
Okay, yeah.
I have to focus in time running? No.
I have athletics. You said running.
I just give you 3 threat for the extra dice, and
Yeah, I'm gonna give you 3 threat too. Oh no.
Actually, would investigative techniques apply? As in terms of
No.
identifying. Okay, it was worth a shot.
Diff is 2. A momentum was gained. And there's a complication.
I'll let you guys burn through it first before I do my thing.
Well,
So like, is the complication that I'm gonna like slip and fall before I get there, or I'm just gonna go to the wrong time?
wrong time.
We'll
I'll
see.
1 momentum, 2 threat, because yeah, I am the persuasive-cation, and if the captain gets through, we need both of them through to make it even. Okay.
2 momentum gained. GM FIFA, or if you wish to play your characters in the next game, you should go through the portal.
Huh? What?
If you want to play your character in the next session, you should go through the portal.
All right. Well, fate takes her to the portal then.
Fitness con difficulty 2.
I'm gonna use 1 threat to 2 momentum because my fitness security is not the greatest.
Con, not security.
Oh, con.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's con, fitness con.
Same score then.
Yeah,
Oh.
you should be. You'll probably hit this. Oh, really? All right, you lowered your con. That's right. I remember now.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that.
2 momentum.
Lowered con to 4.
Yeah.
The cat's gonna try to go through. Just wanted to let everyone else take a shot at it.
Okay.
I'll spend a momentum. I don't have a focus for this.
You
Get
made
it
it.
back. Doctor, you are all that's left.
I better jump in, eh?
And also, Sai probably needs to.
Nah, so I can wait.
She remains on the planet.
Sai's probably
Okay.
let's go. Well, she probably would follow the captain.
So I'll roll for Sai.
Okay, so what is my fitness what?
Fitness con
Should-
difficulty 2 to get the timing right.
Can he just spend 2 momentum to say that she jumped at the same time he did?
Well, the doctor hasn't rolled yet.
Can
No, I was talking about Sai.
Can I have a die?
Yep.
I do not have a thing for that. Focus. Okay, here we go. Ooh.
Gain a momentum. If you want to spend the 2 momentum, last on the table to have Sai go follow jump at the same time as
Sure.
the captain. Okay. So everyone was going to the TOS airship, right? Or attempting to?
That's where I was going to. I think everyone was aiming for that direction.
I believe that was the intended. Yeah.
Okay.
I will admit that there was a temptation to go to Kate, but that's selfish. He can't just do that. I'm going to old Kate. Screw you guys. Screw the Federation. I don't care anymore. No.
With that, Fate's Unknown will continue next week.
See, he has all this threat that he could send us to different places.
Yep.